She has been into academics from past 16 years and have teaching experience for graduate and undergraduate students. She has done PhD in human resource management, organizational behavior, and industrial relations. Along with it, she has keen interest in the research, and her area of research is employee engagement and talent management. She has presented various research papers in national and international conferences at IIM and IIT level and has various publications in the journals of repute. She has also conducted faculty development programs and webinars at national level. I invite Dr. Vidhi Tyagi to please start. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khushi. I hope everyone is able to, look at the slide. My slide is visible to everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Yes, I can see.
sorry for the technical glitch. It happens. Yeah. So let's start with the session. And from last few days, you all have been going through the sessions about understanding digitalization and influencing digitalization, influence of digitalization on various functions of the organizations. And today's session will be focusing more on, HR area, HR perspective. And so I will be specifically focusing on how digitalization is influencing one of the important area of business organization, right? So from this first slide, can anybody let me know what would be the area which I'm going to discuss? Any guesses from the images you can see from the PPT? Anybody?
Professor, please, could you expand your presentation, because it's just presentation mode. So can you change?
With the slide view.
Yes, slide view. So
it's light view.
Right now we can see your slide, but it is a little bit later, a little bit small. So okay. It's good to expand your slide. Thank you.
Can you please give it a full screen, ma'am? I think it's not at full screen. Can you share the full screen of the PPT? Geeta, ma'am?
I'm doing it.
Actually,
my system is also slow.
Yeah.
Is it? No. नहीं
Slide view option, you can see in view option.
Which one?
View option.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes,
Yeah.
Professor.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. So now can anybody please make any guesses? What is the topic?
About leadership.
Of leadership, okay, fine. And who has
It's
answered?
kind of, yeah. I think it's kind of leadership organization.
It's about, can you please repeat it, Kyle?
It's a kind of leadership organization structure, right?
Yeah. Okay. Any
Yeah.
more guesses? So you can see in the bottom right, that is about leadership, right? That is about something, product design and, the job function of marketers. So it gives a view of organization structure, right? Have you heard about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So my area, my topic would be on organization structure. Okay, so Gita ma'am, please change the slide. So in our this session of 90 minutes, another 90 minutes, I'll be talking on. Can you please change the slide, ma'am?
Vidhi ma'am, my system is slow actually.
Okay. So let me tell you, let me brief you that how I'll be starting. I'll talk about some organizational structures which were in past, the context of the organization structure, the many structures which we cannot say that all the old structures or the which existed in past have washed away. So we cannot say like, but yes, they are gradually transforming into the new systems. When we talk about digitalization and the few sectors which are, very much are impacted by the business environment changing or the changes happening in the market, they are impacting the business, and so there is a need of transforming these structures or organizational design and redesign. So I'll be talking about few structures. I'll be talking about the components, important components or elements of the organization structures. Then why there is a need of, what was happening, which pushed or which, forced the organizations to shift from the old paradigm, like mechanic structures to the organic structures, and why and how these new paradigm has shifted. And then we will move on to the present structures and how the organizations are, implementing that into the real process or in practical way. So that there is a caselet and the article, which I guess you people got that. I have already shared it with the team yesterday. So we'll talk about how to create agile organizations and what all stable and dynamic practices are there. These agile organizations are implementing. And again, you will be getting a link to check whether your organization is digital ready, in the sense that what all activities you are implementing. So you will come to know about the stable and dynamic practices in that way. Then we'll sum up into these 5 trademarks or top 5 things, and where, in which domain, in what areas you are, changing or you are redesigning the things. But yes, more focus will be on structures only rather than on process and operating models or people, etc. So let's start with the, the context of the organization. So let me start with this survey result. Can you please change the slide, ma'am? This was the result. This was a research report shared by McKinsey, and it was during 2011-2015, wherein this organization, this research has given some, uncovered a very similar kind of problem, very common problem, that 57% of the companies, of the organizations, were redesigning every 2 years, with an average length of a redesign being 18 months. So what I mean to say is, you barely finish one redesign, and before the changes happen in the market, something going on in the market, the customers' demands, and that will require for to start or to plan for another redesigning. So very short time span is provided, and that's why the new emergent organization, I was talking about agile organizations, the new kind of organization was required, and obviously this kind of organization addresses this issue. You will come to know when I discuss about agile organizations later on. So this organization leverages both, like what all established and novel principles of organization about how to organize work and then deploy resources or making decisions, and manage changing conditions. Everything is to be going to leverage about this by this organization, by this new concept, new structure of organization. So here, now compared with the traditional organizational model, you might be knowing about several models which are, maybe existing in your organization. This will be the new approach, that agile organization. Fine. So please change the slide, ma'am. So let me brief you about what is organization structure. To start with, what is organization structure? Can anybody tell me?
It's kind of the structure in which all the levels of employees are composed of, designating, allocating their respective duties, and also the concerned division or session or whatever it is, they also have their allocated responsibility and tasks. This is a kind of organization. That is my understanding.
Yes. So, Niue, am I pronouncing it right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So thank you, Niue. Any other concept, any other understanding about organization structure?
Yes, again.
Yeah. Yes, many of you are sitting. Camelia, Celso, Celio. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to explain about that.
Yeah.
So there are two types of organization structure. One is hierarchy and another one is network structure.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe for the hierarchy structure from top to bottom, government sector is needed for hierarchy, so we can share freely from them.
Yes, of course. We do have hierarchical structures, yes, in place. Yes, anybody else? I think one participant was speaking, but I don't know. She left the meeting, I think, due to technical glitch. Anyways, yes, organization structure, rightly said by both of you, that these are like, a line of authority. You can say it clarifies the lines of authority. It will give you, how idea about how tasks, responsibilities, and authorities are divided, and how the communications will go on, how the rights and duties and other relationships like responsibility and authority relationship will occur between functions and departments, right? So we can say that this structure is the backbone of any business that plans to keep up, the communication and the control or the authority at place. But yes, it need to be updated with the evolving, things, situations, scenarios in the market. So that's why we say that successful organization structure is both, which is able to, delineate the roles and responsibilities, and as well as, update it as per the requirements in the market, be it, customer, be it, the dynamics of the market. So it should reflect that. So there are few components which I want to discuss here with you all, that some common elements, some common components are there. Some concepts are there. When we talk about structure, these are the areas where which will be there in any of the structure. It doesn't matter that what kind of structure we are adopting, but yes, the concept, the areas, the components will go like that. So the next. Can you please switch on this next slide, ma'am? Chain of command. Have you heard about chain of command? One of the basic elements of organization structure. What is that?
Yes, basically the chain of command. Good morning. Sorry. The chain of command is how in the structure of the organization, who has the responsibility to respond to who, and who has the most authority in the organization. So you'd basically have a top-down structure where you'd have the most senior positions on the high level and the more junior staff on the low level.
Yes.
That's my understanding.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Celso. Yes, it's like, chain of command. If you look at in a diagram form or in a graphical view, if you look at the chart, it's an unbroken line or a solid line which starts from top to bottom. If it will give you an idea that who is sitting, what designation is there at what position. So you can say it's a solid line of authority that extends from the top of the organization, maybe from CEO, and all the way down to the bottom, right? Now, this chain of command can vary in length. Okay, it's depend the size of the organization and the nature of the organization. It all depends on that your chain of command can vary in length. But regardless of how long it is, all chain of command clarifies who reports to whom. As it is told by Celso, who reports to whom. Okay, so this is the context of, this is the the role of chain of command in this organization structure. Now, another component is span of control. I hope you have heard about it also, span of control. This is another important element of organization structure. We have moved to the next slide. I am on the previous slide. Yeah. Ma'am, you are moving to the next slides.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, it's next slide already.
No, you have to go to previous slide, not next slide. I am with the previous slide. Yes, what elements of organization structure? I'm talking about this. Okay, so span of control, is it in anything different from chain of command? When we talk about span of control, these are the basic concepts of organization structure, and it will go in the new form of organization, that is agile organization. That's why I'm discussing about all these elements. I hope you must be, coordinating or supervising your team. You might be having some people who are working under you, or you are the person who is responsible for your team, isn't it? Yes, nobody? Fine. After this slide, I will be having a question which is based on all these components only, and you have to tell me that what kind of structure you are having in your existing organization. So let me tell you that the span of control is the number of subordinates a superior is having under his or her control. Okay, so this is the ratio of subordinates to the supervisors. And the ratio will be higher if you are having a wider span of control. So think of your span of control, and it will give us, it will be working as a supplement to your chain of command version. So it is giving you an idea that how many people you are dealing with daily, how many subordinates you are having under you who are directly reporting to you, or you are the authority of these members. Now, I am sure that you might have heard about the third component, that is centralized and decentralized. So who makes the decisions in your organization? Is it like divided, or is it concentrated to one person only?
It's depend because case by case, the decision made by collectively or sometime the centralized decision will be made. But it
Yeah.
depend, yeah.
It depends. Yes, of course. In an organization, we do have centralized as well as decentralized decision making kind of scenario, and that's management by exception. Few of the authorities, yes, of course, if you get the responsibility, authority floats with it, and it should be there. So at times it is decentralized, and at times for some of the situations, for some of the major decisions, it is centralized. So if the decision-making power is concentrated at a single point or by a single person, it is centralized. And if it is spread out throughout through a department or a team, and if you are working it collaboratively, your structure is decentralized. But we are not going to define as an organization as completely centralized or completely decentralized, right? Now, the last element which I want to talk about, specialization and formalization. Now, specialization means the degree of the degree to which the activities or a specific task are broken down in an organization, and they are divided into individual jobs. And when it is going on in a formal way, or you can say when it comes to formalization, the degree to which the employees' tasks are governed by rules, procedures, and other mechanisms. So it go that way, specialization and formalization, and that leads to departmentalization. Fine. So when you group the jobs together to coordinate common activities, some similar kind of jobs are coming together, which forms a department. But to tell you that if you are having rigid departmentalization, so in that case, your department will be highly autonomous. Okay, and there is little or no interaction between different teams. So on the other hand, when you talk about loose departmentalization, it means the teams have more freedom to interact and collaborate. So every element, every component will come up with its pros and cons. But yes, I hope you understood about all the elements of organization structure. And now we are good to go to the next slide, and I will request the IT team to have that poll, on the basis of all these components, you will be choosing any of the structure. And if you do not find a suitable structure for your organization, you may leave it. I have not incorporated the option as others here. I have done with these 4 structures only. So please, if you find your organization suitable to any of these structures, please submit your responses. So Maksud ji, if you can open that questions for all. Okay. 11 participants have responded out of 18 participants sitting. If you can speed it up. Anybody, if you want to respond? Okay, 7 out of 12 participants are saying it is functional. 4 participants are saying it is divisional. And the other one is saying that it is matrix. And another one is saying is flat. Right. Thank you, everyone. I want to know, actually, I am on my phone, so I really want to know that if you are saying, suppose functional, 9 respondents have said it functional, right? Now, functional may be like, what kind of hierarchy, what kind of structure do you have, if anybody wants to discuss? Functional organization, it may be, you know, many of the functions, including HR, marketing, finance. What kind of structure do you have? And I am more interested to know about that flat structure. One of the participants have responded as flat structure, right?
Yes. Hello, teacher.
Yes, yes.
Functional organized based on the community's key function as EON and subdivided into 3 functions. And there are XML CEO is to substitute in data general. Second group who data general and so on or other functional department. Functional department has DDG subdivided into or divided as the manager. Functional. Our department has first data general, second DDG, 2 people, and third functional manager and data. Data are subdivided has includes 7 subdivided department. Has include and then manager level and then manager levels into functional level. And then I see a situation functional organization based on the community's key function, and I see the sales managers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are no operational level. Thank you, teacher.
Okay, thank you, Nguyen. I hope I am pronouncing your name rightly, right? Your voice was breaking in between, but yes, I was able to hear that it was related with some people and some marketing. So I can, you know, assume that it is functional in that case, right? So anybody has said this flat. One of the respondent has replied as flat. Can you please let me know who was that? If we talk about flat structure, what does it mean?
Hello, I had initially put flat, but I'm looking at the diagrams now and I want to change my answer to functional. Sorry. Functional because I see that it's in accordance to what we have at the company, and not flat as such. So I'd like to change my answer to functional.
Okay, fine, Celso. Okay, we will be talking about flat structure actually when we talk about agile organizations and the things happening due to digitalization. We will be talking about flat structures more. That's why I was interested to know who has responded as flat. Anyways, so right, you have done with your poll, and I hope you understood that these are the most common structures among all the organizations, whereas divisional may go on as marketing, geographical, location wise. So divisional structure further have so many categories. Can we move to the next PPT? Yeah.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah. Please.
Could you please go back to the last slide?
Yes.
I would like to know exactly what functional mean, what divisional, and what matrix and flat, because we know generally, but frankly speaking, we do not know precisely what are the differences between this kind of function. So could you explain in detail about these 4 kinds of functioning?
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. So like somebody was talking about functional hierarchy, functional structure, hierarchical structure, right? It starts from CEO, and then other top level executives are there at the top, and then further functional managers may be there. So this is a long hierarchy when we talk about top to bottom. So it's like when we divide the organization on the basis of the specialization and formalization, one of the element we talked about. So it's functional organization start with positions with highest levels of responsibility at the top, and employees are organized according to their specific skills. Okay, so which are related to their corresponding function in the company. They are divided according to the specific skills. This is about functional. In divisional organization, the company's division, say like I was talking about marketing, right? Marketing or geographical, say for example, if any of the organization, it has different, divisions with different organization in different areas, that is by geographical region. So in divisional organizational structure, the company's divisions have control over their own resources, and they are operating like their own company within the large organization. So it's not compulsory that CEO is looking after, or the owner is looking after all the product lines or all the geographical regions. They are hiring a head for a division. And yes, obviously, you can have a combination of multiple organizational structure within an organization. But I am talking about the difference. It's about each division. You can have this division on the basis of marketing team. You can have this division on the basis of product line. You can have this division on the basis of your locality, the location. Okay, now when we talk about matrix structure, it's like a grid. Okay, you can see from this PPT also, it's like a grid wherein, can you please move on to the previous slide? Yes. So it's like a matrix, and each person, each role, each designation are having multiple bosses, right? If suppose a product line or product manager is at the top, and if you see the right hand side, a project, if you are working for a particular project, you are under the control, or your authority is your product manager as well as your project manager. So this is like multiple control is there in case of matrix. So it's like cross-functional teams that are formed for special projects, but along with that, that employee is working for a product line also, or a manager. Okay, so like engineer may regularly belong to this engineering department, but if he is working on a temporary project, so he's also having the reporting authority as project manager. So this is the matrix. Now, flat structure, I will talk about this flat structure later on, because we will be talking about agile organizations, and more or less means my almost content is related with the new structures, which is flat structure. So flat is basically, I will brief you that we are having very few levels from upper level management to lower level management, and the things are going directly from the the upper level to the lower level. This is the flat structure. So it is not having the hierarchy from top to bottom. We are having a flat structure. Did you get that? I hope I have answered.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So yes, now we all know that this old paradigm of organization are, they are, this is transforming to the new paradigm. Now, if you look at that organizational structures were used to be like mechanistic structures earlier, which was having narrow span of control, a rigid departmentalization, and clear chain of command, right? But yes, when you look at the other side of this figure, you will get the organic structure, which is also known as flat structure, that is having or characterized by wide span of control, a loose departmentalization, and the chain of command. So we have already talked about all these components. So you can find out that how the things are changing. Now, if you are really in that transformation stage, or if you want to really transform, you have to adopt this new kind of structure. Let me tell you why it is organism. Right, from machines, like the very old concept given by Taylor, and later on I will not elaborate that example. It was an example of Ford Motor Company, which has adopted so many techniques and technologies into their products, and it was related with the scientific management of W. Taylor, which talked about quality control, total quality management. But later on, this concept was, described as a mechanist structure, or it was depicting them as machines, means everything was like planned, standardized. But now when we talk about organism, it is something related with like human beings. So if suppose certain situation arises in front of us, we react. So now organization is same as living organism. What is happening in the market, what is happening in the external environment, they need to respond quickly. Okay, whatever changes are happening, they have to respond quickly. And here, in context of structure, how the working, how the things are, in terms of communication, in terms of hierarchy, authority, responsibility is changing. They have to decide. Now, why we need to, change all these paradigms, why we are shifting from the old to the new one. Can we move to the next slide, please? We see that this paradigm shifting because organizations are facing so many challenges, which is brought by digital revolution, right? And that is transforming industries. So to quickly go through this slide, the first reason is quickly evolving environment. Now all stakeholders, their demand patterns are changing. Right, customers, be it partners, be it investors, they want profit, they demand action to accommodate fast changing priorities. So everybody, their demand patterns, their expectations are changing at very fast pace. This is one of the reasons we are having, every time we see that introduction of disruptive technologies there. Whatever businesses you have, they are replaced through digitization, new tools and techniques, automation, machine learning, AI. Everything is to be at place if we want to compete. So that is constant introduction of disruptive technology. Then accelerating digitization and democratization of information. That means the employees, if you want flat structure, you have to be transparent. You have to be transparent in terms of distribution of information. So if suppose if I am heading a department, or if I am I'm an employee, and if I want to work with my maximum efficiency, so I need to have each and every information from my boss. So now the authorities cannot withhold the information. That is related with democratization of information. And the new war for talent. You all know that the recent or existing designations have been replaced by new designations. And you can talk about like digital officers, data analysts. There are many. So they are, you need to have the best talent, which is often more diverse. So that is why we are, shifting from the machinist organizations, mechanistic organizations, to the organic organizations, or treat organization as living organism. Let me share a research report in this context with you people, that a very small number of companies have thrived over time. And it was a report, I was looking at this McKinsey reports, and fewer than 10% of non-financial S&P 500 companies which were existing in 1983 only remained 10% of these companies remained in S&P 500 in 2013. So this is happening. Now I'm talking about the data which is 2013. Now we are in 2022. Now we can imagine that how fast we are moving, or how fast we are changing. we end up with one system or one structure. When we plan to redesign or restructure, we end up with one structure, another things comes in, and then we need to plan. So it's happening like we implement the one and the another things comes into the picture. Now that is the that is why we need to constantly go for this structure, the new structure, which is agile structure. Can you please move to the next slide? This is give you a glimpse about whatever I have talked about, that how the technology is impacting the structure, and we are having hierarchical structure, replacing the hierarchical structure with the flatter organizations. Have you heard about Yakult? It's an organization which is manufacturing this probiotic milk. This organization is, almost fully automated. So, the automation of routine tasks, that is pushing the structure to be flat, although it may be negative, obviously, because the machines are replacing people. But yes, this is one of the best example we can talk about under automation. It is allowing for flatter structure. Use of artificial intelligence and machine learnings. They are, giving, they're leading towards virtual teams, decentralization, more decentralization. Use of internet kind of things is also having an impact on organization structures, because by enabling the companies to collect the data and to make decisions through data, so it will lead to create new roles, like I have already told you: data analyst, digital information managers, digital managers. So all these roles are created because of this technology. So, that is definitely is having the impact on organizational structure. With this, from this point of view, I have shared some caselets with you, the Word document named as caselets. So there were 4 kind of organizations. I have only focused on the structure content. Okay, so can you please go on through those cases? If you have read it, we can start with our discussion. We will have another 5 to 6 minutes discussion with you people if you have already done that.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Yeah. The impact of technology on organizations such as IC, automation reduce.
Wait, I need to ask that out of 4 organizations I have given you in this caselet, what are the common things you found? Common features, common components in terms of organization structure you found out of all these 4?
I think digital transformation is reduce hierarchical structure and one to many and any time you use personally, it is using email or instant message or others communication.
Okay.
Structure is a very important role in CEO and data and managers are very important role. This is they include many regulation and other coordinating structure and cooperative and this and delivery system is transparent. This is important role. And a organization such as includes operational level, management level, and strategic level. They use reduced hierarchical structure is operational level and managers are every time and one-to-one and I think and they are decision maker authority is very important role. Thank you, teacher.
Okay, fine, good. At least you have gone through. I assume that everybody have gone through, or if you want time for another 2-3 minutes, you can go through those caselets. These caselets were very small, very concise. That's why I kept it, focusing on organization structure only. So can you please let me know, Celio, Celso, Ernesto, Camelia, many of you are sitting here. I just want to interact with you for this slide at least.
If I can add something,
Yes, please.
for us in our organization, we experiment virtual teams, and we experiment also more use of data.
Okay.
This
That is experimentation. That's fine. That's good. Did you find this experimentation kind of thing in any of the case study, caselet?
Sorry, in which case?
I have provided you few documents. I hope you got it.
Yes, we
So
got
there
it,
was
yes.
a document named caselets. Right?
Okay.
So I asked you to go through that, before discussing. I asked you to go through all these caselets and to discuss what's common. So if you found anything related with, although experimentation is also a component which we relate with agile organizations, yes, but I just want to know, I'm interested to understand whether it was there in any of the 4 caselets. I have provided you for P&G, Netflix, Zara, and Spotify.
Okay.
Can I discuss, Professor?
Yes.
Actually, I'm just scanning your case study.
Yeah.
So after scanning this case study, my understanding is that any organization, if they would like to get development or any progress or any changes, they reduce centralization and they trying to practice decentralization, and they are easy to accept agility. This is the key to get success or progress in our organization. That is my quick understanding upon your case study. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nui. Yes, well said. The organizations which are moving or transforming towards agile culture, yes, of course, they are more towards creating flat structure, more decentralization, experimentation and iteration. And if you have found customer-centric kind of thing, if you have found any term like that in my caselets, so you will figure out some common features out of all these 4. You will figure out some common things, right? How they are moving, means what kind of things they are doing in their organizations. So anybody else? Thanks, Nui. Thanks, Camelia. Anybody else wants to discuss here?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Marcelino.
Yeah, according to what I read, the three or four companies are using flat structure, which enables empowering the all employees, and this makes all employees interact much more in terms of creating, innovating, and so they give power to them. So as each employee can create a new product, presented, and there is also accountability on them for what they are creating. So this enables the companies to improve in their productivity. So they, in terms of those who, like Zara, for example, so they improve their sellings based on this in this team interaction, team expertise exchanging, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. So I hope you got that what all organizations are doing, what all common things are there, common features or characteristics which they are incorporating in their organizational structure. And yes, if we talk about organization structure, Spotify is one of the leading example which have adopted a different structure. So I'm having an interesting video for 5 minutes, wherein you will get to know how they are working. Like if we talk about cross-functional teams, if we talk about product managers, if we talk about decentralization, how this organization is incorporating all such features within their organization. So I request Maksudji, if you can play this video from your end. And please, I'll be discussing about all these terms, which is, you will see in this video, all these terms, how they're working. I will be discussing on this.
And how to change your organization. So let's look at Spotify first for one of our happier examples. Now, Spotify has teams called squads, and they each have the product owner associated. And they have cross-functional team members, where function means a tester, perhaps, or a technical writer, or developer, or some other sort of function. And squads have end-to-end business features, so they well understand their goals and their customers. And multiple teams are united into a tribe, and the work of the tribe is related. It's similar work. So the domain knowledge is similar across squads. Now, people can easily move between the squads because the work is similar, and they know each other well because they tend to stay in these tribes and squads. So mature tribes can become substantially self-organizing, where the people themselves understand where more work needs to be done. So they'll move themselves across the squad lines or across features to ensure that the work is getting done properly and expeditiously. And also, communities of practice by function have chapters for each tribe level. So they'll get together and talk about development or test or whatever at a tribe level. Now, tribes and squads tend to have permanent missions that map into different parts of the product. So perhaps under a top hits list, or a view of the songs that are playing, or the player itself. So they have a great understanding of their goals and the mission and the customer, because they're working for a while on this particular mission, and they get to work with the customers and understand their product very well. Now, in addition, there's the idea of guilds, and guilds are similar to communities of practice, but they have members across the organization and can be driven by any shared interest, .NET, JavaScript, whatever. Let me talk about another example in a company that I worked at. And in this company, we had teams with Scrum Masters and product owners and cross-functional team members, and where a function could be a tester, a technical writer, a developer. But the developers represented layered architecture. They had a layered architecture environment, so the developers might represent a particular layer of the architecture. So we had cross-domain developers with representatives from different layers on the teams. And so we had communities of practice as well. So the teams could pursue end-to-end business features, just as in Spotify. Their goals were local to the team, and the tribe could have related mission. So in generic terms, what you want: Scrum Masters, product owners, specialists in functional areas are okay, and specialists in domain areas, which all allow you to have a cross-functional, cross-domain teams that work on end-to-end business features, so they well understand their goals and mission. Okay? And by the way, the teams you could have multiple teams share in a backlog, so you could have flexibility in the size of your mission. So let's take a quick look at why this works. Now, I think this organizational structure is basically maximizing benefit by careful attention to Dunbar's number. Members of the tribe know each other well. So trusting relationships are built into the structure, facilitating autonomy. Tribe and squad members communicate richly, cooperate readily, and they work on achieving their goals. And that's their focus. They're working together to achieve their goals. And they rely on relationships, not processes and management or rules to get things done. So when working within Dunbar's number, there's minimal rules, processes, and status meetings. I think I said that enough by now. Okay, Peter Drucker, back in 1954, discussed the idea of knowledge workers. Those are people that primarily bring knowledge and intelligence to their work. And Drucker has suggested that they have the best information and the most detailed knowledge, so decisions have better quality and are made quicker when moved to the lowest practical level. So a better organization makes information available to the lowest level and allows them to make decisions related to how they do their work and achieve their goals. Now, better organizational structures are going to minimize distance, and by that I mean that the customer works closely with the team, that dependencies are within the team, and the team has all the right skills, so they're making the most of the decisions. Now, the odds of project failure increase greatly as the size of a project increases. So minimizing work size, the batch size, also has benefits of fewer dependencies, of better focus, of more success and higher morale because they're frequently getting things done. So we want an organizational structure that facilitates working in smaller batches. We want to have all the right skills on the team and teams of teams so they can cooperatively create requirements, design code, etc., and can wisely defer decisions as appropriate. Now, having goals close to the team also yields excellent focus, and shared goals enable empowered teams. Peter Senge in 2001 advocated learning organizations. Now, out of the 5 contributors cited that are listed here, the 5 contributors cited by Peter, 3 are addressed by our proposed organizational structure, and those are personal mastery through the communities of practice and so on, shared vision through the goals, and team learning. So how is Green Guy in a learning organization? Now, Tribe 3 owns the media player, and Team 1 owns song selection, and Green Guy works on the server side. So Green Guy understands the customer problem well, and he has the support of other server folks for code reviews and consultations. He's also on the C# Guild, so he has all the support he needs to master his job, and that makes him happy. Happy workers are more productive, but they stay in their jobs longer, gaining more domain knowledge and getting even more productive.
Yeah. So have you got a good feel of how the transformation has been organized in this organization? I hope I'm audible, everyone.
Yeah, yes, you are.
Okay. So anybody want to give any input from this video, how the things were going on? And let me tell you that it was an example of Spotify, but later on ING is have also implemented it in their organization. But let's first discuss about what was happening here. What were the squads? What were the tribes? What all things were there? Anybody, please. Yeah. Nobody? Okay, tell me where this feature of cross-functional teams have you looked? Like it was into the squad, it was into the tribe, or it was with the chapter. The 3 common areas which were there in this video: squads, tribes, and chapter. You want to talk about? Okay, let me tell you the features, the components which we were talking about under organizational structure, like cross-functional teams. The squads were these cross-functional teams. Like if you have seen the vertical line, can you please go on to the next slide, sir? When you look at this vertical line, it is owned by this product owner, right? But yes, when you look at horizontal way, it is a squad, which includes around 4 to 5 people in this case, in the case of Spotify. But with the case of ING, the number was different. Means there were 9 people within this horizontal line, which was this squad. Okay, so squads are small multidisciplinary teams and that are co-located and operate with high degree of autonomy, right? Now here the tribe, and now similar multiple squads were assigned within the box, which was authorized, which was led by this tribe. Now what was the tribe? Who was the tribe? Tribe was leading the multiple squads. Have you seen that? I assume you got that video. You have seen that video. Otherwise, it will be difficult if I am talking to myself. Yes, please. Have you seen that? Did you get anything from that? Yeah, please. Maksuji, I'm audible, I guess.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah. George, Ken, Nui, you have not responded. Camelia.
So, man.
Yeah.
It's just kind of, how can I say? So according to the video,
yeah,
the last part of the video.
Mm-hmm.
So it mentioned that. So we should we transfer the how can I say, the perspective for decision making or such kind of thing. The video mentioned that the lower level employee, they should be transparent, they should be well informed, and such kind of thing can help to get success in our business and in our organization. This is the last part of the video. So my clarification here is that the situation may be vary one country from another, but in our case, so I'm working at the government organization.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that traditionally, see there's all kinds of the organization structure, kind of conservative style in our country. So I just want to know if we can practice such kind of thing, that how can I say, not top down, just by using bottom up method. In reality, can we get the success or the progress in our business? Because long times ago and even right now, we are already familiar with the top-down method and top-down decision thing. So how do you think it's possible? Maybe even the lower level employees, they are well informed. They will be very transparent and they will be trained very well. So it is possible in our actual environment. So that is, I want to know from you. Thank you,
Yes,
Professor.
let me tell you that as you told, you are working in the government. There are so many, aspects. There are so many things which comes into the picture. It's I'm discussing about the organization structure only, but yes, it depends on the nature of organization, the type of product you are producing, manufacturing, the kind of service you are giving. So obviously, when you talk about, now let me tell you that the media and entertainment, oil and gas organization sector. So there are few industries who reported that they are very much impacted by the changes happening, and then they move for agile restructuring, right? So of course, it depends on the the regulatory framework you have, the decision makers you have in your organization. So in actual, when we talk about in reality, when we talk about this Spotify as an example, there were various domains, the products, and then you assigned the several product owners and then multiple cross-functional teams. So it was it all depends on the kind of organization and the control authority you are having, decision making power, whether it is concentrated, and obviously how much your organization is influenced by the changes happening in terms of agility. Yes, you can say that. So in reality, you have to figure out certain things. You have to figure out like what will be the impact or influence of such changes happening in the market, how your product and service, will it decline, will it sustain, or then you have to make decisions. So I have put it in my last slide that you need to answer certain questions before you move to such transformation. Okay, I hope I have answered.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me tell you that this was an example which included the existence of cross-functional teams, and then one member who was the agile coach. You can say the tribe. He was acting as a agile coach to support the high performance of the teams. And there was a term known as chapter. The chapter was the functional expertise, and in this case you can see that many of the organization cannot afford appointing the digital people, or you can say the designations in every areas, in every product line. So what you can do is you can hire a functional expertise if you have to pay more, or give him high remuneration which you really don't want to be. So you can, it would be better you are hiring, and that expertise is helping the multiple tribes at the same time. So this was the concept which was mentioned in this example, Spotify. And let me tell you quickly, can we please move to the next slide? This is the structure which was adopted by ING later on. Next slide. So ING has actually focused on all these things, squad, stride, but yes, there was some number games. There were some number games like in the squad, there were only 9 people, and tribes were having not more than 150 people. Chapter lead was there. They have assigned a chapter lead. So I don't want to discuss this example now again. So I am skipping this. And yes, let me tell you, but that ING have recognized that it was not a linear transition, and it was all about becoming a different kind of organization. So what they have quoted, next slide please, they have quoted like transformation is not just moving an organization from A to B, because once you hit B, you need to move to C, and then once you are arriving at C, you probably have to think about D. So agile restructuring is a mindset. Okay, how continuously you are, you are active, you are into the process of collecting the information from the market, and then incorporating the changes, floating that information with your employees within the squads or tribes. So that kind of liberty, flexibility should be there. This is the concept of agile organization. So they have focused on end to end. You can see that squad was dealing with the product from end to end. So these 5 people were aware about the product and the several features and problems and questions related to the product. So each squad was having the transparency about information. So they are expert in that case. The data analysts, the chapters, the functional expertise, they were helping all the tribes. That is like continuously they are helping all the tribes. So there is no need to appoint the different analyst for different tribes or different product lines. So this is how they have done. The concept was safe. Later on, I'll share this case study with you also. ING case study. You will go on or you will get a few more concepts related to this ING. Because I have to move fast, I have to focus upon the dynamic and stable practices which the organizations are going through in order to move towards agility. Can we move to the next slide, please? Please, next. Again, meanwhile, I have provided you an article on agile organization, how to create agile organization. If you have read that, please go through last 3 pages. Go through last 3 pages, which gives the description of some practices, dynamic and stable practices, which the agile organizations are going through. They are implementing such practices in the area of stability and dynamic. Can you please move on, because my another link, another survey is dependent on these practices only. Total 18 practices were given. Maksudji, can we move to the next slide? Next. Yeah. So there are 2 types of practices given in that article. And dynamic practices, I was discussing with Nui that it all depends on your, how nimbly or quickly you want to respond. That depends on the product, kind of product, the nature of service you are providing. So dynamic practices are related with these aspects. This enable companies to respond nimbly and quickly to grab new challenges and opportunities. Whereas stable practices cultivate reliable, and they are stable. Okay, they are not changeable. They are maintaining that stability in these practices. So there are 18 practices, and I'll open this survey with you people. I have planned to share this research facts and figures with you, but yes, we are going out of time. So I need to understand that if your organizations are going through such practices or not. So can you please go to the next slide and have a look to this stable and dynamic practices. And when we talk about structure, okay, when specifically this is including the practices related to structure, related to process, people, strategy, and technology. So all 5 areas are included in all the practices. But when we talk about the structure, it focuses on active partnerships and ecosystem. It is focusing on action-oriented decision architecture. It is focusing on physical and virtual environment. So according to this report, the organizations which are adopting all such practices in the areas of structure, they are more agile than the others which were the part of this survey. Okay, so I'm focusing only on the structure, but yes, you will get the survey for all the practices, be it strategic or because you have gone through the sessions related to how to create vision, about people, when we talk about cross-functional teams, decentralization, rights, or empowering teams, that is related with people, giving them the authority to make decisions with respect to their product, that is entrepreneurial drive. So you are aware of all the areas, I guess. Next slide. At the end of the survey, we will come to know that out of 4, in which category or organization falls in. And obviously, yes, as I have discussed with Nui, that the kind of organization, obviously, if you are not getting up to the practices of you, or if you think that none of the practices is going in your organization, that should not bother you. So I'm just having this survey to understand that what all stable and dynamic practices are implemented by the organizations. Okay, next. Can you paste this link, sir, in the chat box so that we can get the responses from them? The first one, yeah. All of you, please submit your responses by clicking on this link. And I'll share the results later on, okay? What all results I'll get, I'll analyze, I'll structure it, and I'll provide you so that you will be able to understand. And even while submitting the responses also, you will come to know that what all practices are implemented and what are not, where you are lacking. So this will give you an idea, actually. Now, the first link is related with stable practices. According to this report, after strategy, agile units are following more stable practices related to process and people. And the practices which are related to process and people are entrepreneurial drive, shared and servant leadership, wherein the leader is not the boss, leader is working as a team member, wherein the authority is not only with the leader, that is shared and servant leadership, standardized way of working, and cohesive community. And among the dynamic practices, information transparency, that I have already discussed in this example of Spotify. Information transparency is the practice which is a strength for agile units. So 90% of the agile respondents said that information on everything from customer to financials is freely available to employees. Okay, then iteration and experimentation. I remember Camellia has given this kind of practice which they are having in their organization, that is rapid iteration and experimentation. So collecting the information for the new products and experimenting it, that means you are developing the product and service in close interaction with the customers. So at the end, you will be able to understand if you are low at stable practice and if you are low at dynamic practice. So there was a figure, there was a 4 quadrants were given. You will be either fall into this bureaucratic, startup, or the agile organization. So if you are good over all the practices in stable and dynamic, so you will be falling under agile organizations. Otherwise, if you are more on stable and low in dynamism, you will be a bureaucratic unit. And if you suppose you are high at your dynamic practices and low at stable, so that is a startup kind of unit, you can say. So this is the definition only under which category you fall. And the results, if you can individually observe, the more negative answers you submit, that means you are low at that practice. So you are very far from the agile organizations. Now, again, to quote it, It depends like what your organization want to be, what is the vision and mission of your organization, what kind of product and services you are providing, that all depends. So it's not like every organization, because such structure is not fit to all organizations, I must say. But now how the digitalization and the other aspects are changing the structures, that is the context. I hope you have submitted, all of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So can we have the another survey, Maqsoodji, that is related with dynamic practices? Meanwhile, I'll try to open this survey on my window so that I can see the results also side by side. And no, that is not the other link, Maqsoodji. The other link is in the next slide.
Vidhi ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
I would request you to please wind up a little early.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Another 3 to 4 minutes.
Not a problem.
Yes, Maqsoodji, can you skip to the next slide or next, skip these results. Yes, please stop on this. So there are, 5 trademarks which you can, go on or implement in your organization, out of which I will focus on structure. Till now, whatever we have discussed, that is related with clear flat structure, clear accountable roles, robust communities of practice, hands-on governance, and active partnership and ecosystem, physical and virtual environment, fit for purpose, accountable cells. So here, what I mean to say is there should be a mindset shift from like people need to be directed and managed, otherwise they will not work. So many of the organizations, they have this mindset. So it should be shifted from this mindset to that when people are given with clear responsibility and authority, people will be highly engaged. They will take care of each other. They will be having coming up with the the new solutions, and they will deliver exceptional results. So before I leave this session, I would like to show the last slide of my PPT, that when you plan for transformation or redesigning, you should focus on you should answer all these questions to yourself. So Maqsoodji, can we move to the last slide, which is having some questions in my slide? The second last one, yeah, please. So does it make any sense? Do you think that organization structure make any sense? So these are the questions you can go through, and if you have any other questions, you can ask me. I'll share this PPT with you all so that whatever results I have skipped, you can go through later on. And that's all from my side if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have any questions? I would request the participants to let us know if there are any questions that you need to ask.
Chair, please any question? What is the right organizational structure for the digital transformation or business? I think our organization transformation is flexible and decision maker connect and managers.
Your voice is breaking. I'm not getting your question. Can you please write or make it more clear?
Yeah, good.
Actually, she's not questioning
Organization-
you. Just she is trying to answer your question because you here mentioned.
yes,
Here you mentioned the question. That is why she is trying to answer your question.
Okay, that's great.
Question. Okay. Number one, I think, and the right organizational structure for a digital transformation. Our organization has transmit data transmit and other organization or department connect digital structure. We staff my duty. He is ICT department and staff officer and authorized person, and decision making is authorized person is our DG. You give me instruction and his instruction and I do like this and the decision maker and the staff officer and ICT engineer or CIO or ACIO or other ministry department connected and collaborated and cooperation. Organizations such as main person is DG and you authorized person. You are authorized person and we set my duty using technologies.
Whatever you are saying, I am getting that you are having a very long hierarchy in your organization, right? Whatever I am getting it, yeah. So what you can do is you can, if you're the decision maker, whosoever,
yes.
Yeah, yes, obviously every organization wants that upgraded
leadership.
So
Okay.
with prior approval with them, you can do it for your departments if you want to work in efficient way. So obviously everything lies on the decision maker, what kind of, it's the decision of the organization to transform the organization structure from one to the other. Yes, of course. So yes, if your product or services are related with any kind of digitalization, so you have to answer like if you need digital officer, if you need to restructure your organization, if you want to make it agile. So such answers will give you an idea whether you need real transformation or not. But yes, with prior approval with your authorities, of course.
Ma'am, can I intervene one thing?
Yes, of course, please.
Thank you for today's presentation because I'm working at the government organization and your discussion today is very informative and very knowledgeable. And thank you about that. My request to you is that if possible, could you please share other related materials concerning your presentation? I mean the background materials of your presentation, because I want to study more. It is directly related with my job environment and my career. This is my request to you. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, Neil, thank you. I'll share the link, I'll share content, but let me tell you that it is a series of transformation into agile organization. It is a series of research by McKinsey. You can get all the, the related articles there. But yes, I'll share this link with you after getting your ID from the team. Okay.
I cannot find easily men. They sell as not free.
Okay, I'll give it to you. No problem.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you.
So is there any other question? So, all right, thank you. You need not worry. So we will be sharing all the background material and all the content. We'll be very happy if anything that we are sharing is of use to you or your organization, if you're able to implement that. Yeah, so need not worry about the content. Definitely, it will be shared with you. So yeah, thank you. And I think we can disperse for a 5 to 7 minutes break since we've already overdone the session, and then we can start with another session. Yeah. So we come back at around 12:55. Is that fine? Thank you. So we again start another session, another 5 minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
So we are starting with another session on, how digitalization influence. I request you to mute. Yes, the session will be taken by Dr. Geeta Mishra. She is presently working as an associate professor in the area of human resource management at MET College of Commerce and Finance. And she is a trainer in the area of soft skill development for professionals in the banking and corporate sector. She has published case studies with Ivy League, IMD, Journal of International Business Education, and the like, which are listed in Harvard. She has also published papers in the areas of, journals of national and international repute, and has rich teaching and research experience of more than 15 years. She is also in the reviewer and editorial board of national and international journals of repute. Her training interests include team building, negotiation and conflict management, diversity and inclusion, and leadership in the digital era. Her research interests include performance management system, gender studies, entrepreneurship, and qualitative analysis. She has done her PhD from Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi, and MCOM from Delhi University, India. Besides this, she completed her MBA and also had a brief stint at IIM Ahmedabad for a faculty development program. She was also deputed to RMIT Australia for taking a course on human resource management during a study abroad program. So I welcome you, ma'am, and the podium is yours.
Sorry, I was on mute. So thank you, Vidhi ma'am. Thanks a lot. And I'm very happy to be with the participants. And since I consider myself as a student in the area of HR, lately diversity and inclusion has, caught my interests and has picked up my interest. So I'm working a lot in the area of diversity, inclusion, equity, and belongingness. I've published papers, and there are a few case studies which are published on HBR also in Harvard Business. So I think it's going to be an interesting session together. So is the PPT visible to everyone?
No, ma'am. It's only folder share.
Okay, I can see the PPT though. Give me a second.
I can see folder in this folder, in the final folder.
Wait, okay, I'll share it again maybe. So, just give me a second till I just upload this PPT. So how is your learning going? Just meanwhile, while I'm uploading the PPT. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am. But it's just PowerPoint mode. So you need to change audio mode, I think. Yes, it's better.
Yes, better now. Thanks.
Fine now? All right. So this session is more about diversity, inclusion, and belongingness, and how digital transformation is impacting diversity. So how it is imposing both a challenge as well as an opportunity for both the companies and employees. So before I move on to what is diversity, why it is, and what are we going to, how are we going to sail through this? Let me just tell you that how are we going to sail through this 90 minutes together. So I'll be talking about what is diversity, why diversity is important, examine and counter the biases about diverse people in our workplaces and organizations. How can we take initiatives to recruit and retain diverse employees in our teams? How do we foster an inclusive team environment? How do we, and of course, when we talk about diversity, when we talk about people who are bringing in diverse perspectives, so we cannot rule out the possibility of tensions and conflicts because of the difference in ideas and because of the difference in opinions. And then towards the end of this session, we'll see that how together we co-create value, not just for ourselves, but for our team members and for our organization. So this is what are we going to do in the next 90 minutes together. So the first question that I would like to pose here is that according to all of you, what is diversity? And I would appreciate if I can see more cameras switched on because, it gives a feel as if we are talking together, we are talking to each other. So, and of course, the facial impressions also gives a lot of cues. So I would appreciate if it is a possibility, if you can just switch on your webcams and be more interactive during this session. I would like to understand how your organizations are practicing diversity, and also I will be sharing a lot of examples on how it is practiced in different organizations and how technology can be a challenge as well as an enabler when it comes to diversity and inclusion. So any inputs on what is diversity according to you?
My understanding on diversity is that it is a variety of things, or maybe a variety of something, but they can organize very well, maybe very well. So we have different kind of people, different kind of perspective, but we can organize very well to get the success of our organization. This is kind of diversity of my understanding. Thank you, ma'am.
That's great, Ninu. Thank you for that input. Anyone else? Yes.
Please tell me. Diversity is very varieties of materials, such as infrastructure, such as kind technology use.
Okay.
Such as variety of area and central level and sub-national levels and region and such region is varieties, and technology use communication and connected is varieties of use and internet access is varieties. And we have communication is very weak. This is an important role in communication strategy. Therefore, we use the region, central level, sub-regional level, and other ministry level, and we choose very important role of digital transformation.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, thank you. That's fantastic. I think so. You were trying to say something. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? I think Pai, so am I pronouncing your name correctly? I think you were trying to say something. All right. So, you all have very rightly mentioned what diversity is. So if you look at this perspective, it says the diversity refers to the demographics of your workplace, which includes ethnicity, gender, age, location, nationality, disability status, skills, and many other factors. So it is anything which sets one individual apart from another, including the spectrum of human demographic differences, different ideas that people bring along with them. Although, so usually when in organizations we talk about diversity, so people just say that it's more about demographics, it's more about the tokenism, it's more about the symbolic visibility of different people in organization. But you all have very rightly picked it up that, it should be understood as the varied perspectives and approaches to work that members of different identity groups bring along with them. So it goes beyond just the number of different identity group affiliations on the payroll of an organization to recognize that such an effort is merely the first step in managing a diverse workforce for the organization's utmost benefit. Now, very interestingly, I was just going through an HBR article and which is on data-driven diversity. And this article is published by Williams and Dolkus in 2022 in HBR, where they make a distinction between outcome metrics and process metrics. Now, when we are talking about metrics in context of digitization, in the context of technology-enabled tools which are available to us, so there's a common saying which says that, what can be measured can be managed. And what cannot be measured, what cannot be counted, cannot be managed as well. So, of course, metrics when it comes to diversity is very important for an organization to know that, what number of women do we have in our workplaces, in our teams, how many people of color are there, people from different gender identity groups like transgender, men, women, or people from different age brackets, or people from different educational backgrounds, people from different ethnicities, people from different countries as well. So the outcome metrics will just tell you the number. So maybe it says that, the newly become mothers in an organization when they join after, their babies, when they join the work, there is 15% attrition. So that outcome is just the number that is presenting you that, what is happening in the organization. But it's very important, what organizations usually overlook is the process matrix, that where is the problem? So where do we need to pay attention to? I know that, okay, we have this much number of women in the organization, but what about the salary differentials? Are they paid equal to their male counterparts? Or how often are they progressing in the career graph within the organization? So that is where the process metrics is, important. So very interestingly, it says that, outcome metrics will just give you the body count or the number. So maybe the kind of representation from different traditionally underrepresented groups in the organization. Whereas process metrics will tell you that, where the problem is in employee management programs. So maybe it is the hiring, that you are not hiring, it is not a fair hiring, or maybe when it comes to promotion, that how fair or unfair it is, or maybe the salary differentials of people within the same job family. So we have the same jobs, but probably the salary differentials are too high based on which groups you belong to. And very interestingly, I'm reminded of an example. So KMRL, Kochi Metro Rail Company, it is a central state-run public company in India. And they came into limelight in 2017 because they were hiring transgender people into their organization. So they hired 23 transgender people. So on the outcome, on the representation part, it showed that, okay, they have hired 23 transgender people, and it was first of its kind move in India. But very shortly, if today you see the statistics, it says that only 6 people are employed, only 6 people were retained. So it failed to look outwardly. It failed to look that, what obstacles people might be facing, or why are they leaving the organization. So what went wrong was that, transgender people, when their identity got revealed, so their landlords asked them to vacate the places. And they were not able to find the residential accommodation. They were not able to find the housing accommodation. Or even when they were able to identify the spaces or the rented spaces, the rent was exorbitantly high. The rent was exorbitantly raised. So they were not able to, after the disclosure of their gender identity, they were not able to retain their residential spaces. They were not able to find reasonable housing accommodation. So what went wrong here was that Kochi Metro Rail Limited, they just did not understand, they did not foresee that, this could be a challenge. Had they seen it, they could have collaborated with housing accommodation agencies or with some housing accommodation companies, and they could have collaborated and partnered to employ or to retain more of transgender people. So the idea is not just the number, because data is a statistic, but what is this statistic about? This statistic is about people, and a lot of things go into people. So if we want to hire them, so if I say that, I am open to hiring differently abled people, but very interestingly, I have to see that will I be able to retain them? Do I have sufficient resources? Do I have sufficient policies? Do I have sufficient assistance programs to retain them? Otherwise, all my hiring efforts, all my inclusion efforts will go in and away. So mostly organizations stop at where they're supposed to be starting. So it was a very interesting article that I found. Now, we've talked of what diversity is, but I would want to understand that, why diversity? Why are we talking in every country? So, almost 2 decades back, we did not have a diversity and inclusion officer in organizations. There was one HR person who was primarily taking care of everything, recruitment, selection, diversity, promotions, and, talent management and competency mapping and so on and so forth. But why is it that now most upcoming companies, most MNCs, whether we talk about Google, whether we talk about Microsoft, whether we talk about Accenture, whether we talk about Citibank, most of the international companies or most of the multinational companies, they have a separate diversity and inclusion officer. So why is diversity becoming that important? Any perspectives in that? Anybody? Antonio, New, anyone from the participants?
Diversity is
Amelia.
cornerstone. Yes. Diversity is kind of cornerstone for our environment to survive.
Yeah.
Because if we cannot accept diversity, everything is in vain. Because just you recently mentioned one company, they trying to accept transgender or such kind of thing. But the problem is that deep down, superficially, we can say that we can accept diversity or we can accept such kind of abnormal thing or whatever.
Yeah.
In fact, depending on one community to another, depending on one country to another, depending on one tradition to another, honestly speaking, I think that people are still hesitant to accept diversity right now to date.
Right.
So yeah, we are just saying diversity is good. We can accept diversity, but we have to try hard than now to accept this diversity in our head and also in our environment. That's my perspective, man. Thank you.
Thank you, New. That was a very good perspective. And I completely agree to what you're saying that, superficially we might do it, but actually is it deep down ingrained within our organizations? Are our people sensitized? Is the leadership, walking the talk? So what are they doing what they're saying? So that is very, very important. And, like I said, why diversity? Today we are talking of, because my screen is hanging and I'm not able to move on to the next. Yeah. So, today we talk about 4D teams. The 4D teams are that, the teams are diverse, they are dispersed, they're digital, and they are dynamic than ever before. So, pre-COVID times also, we had the technology, we had Zoom, we had Teams, we had, a lot of ways of connecting. But this COVID-19 brought a different, picture that, we it became very, as we say, that necessity is the mother of invention. So probably we started using more of tech devices. So whether it's a smartphone, whether it's a Teams meeting, whether it's a Zoom call. So if I want to collaborate with a person sitting in Canada who works in the area of diversity and inclusion, it becomes very easy for me to organize a Teams meet or a Zoom call and discuss and, and be connected. So one thing is that we are talking about diversity because with the advent of technology, with internet, with smartphones, with a lot of tools, digital tools which are available with us, it's become very easy to be connected with the entire globe, just with a click of a button, or with just switching on our webcams or portals or the digital tools which are there. Secondly, diversity, as we all are talking of, that, it is about not just the demographics, but it is the fresh perspectives, the ideas, or the concerns that we bring on the table of the organizations. So it also opens new marketplaces. So maybe there was a niche market which I thought of capturing, but I was not able to. But when I can employ people overseas, so probably I can capture those niche markets also, capitalizing on the cultural competence of people. And a more diverse workforce without increases organizational effectiveness. But at the same time, when we talk of the benefits of having a diverse workforce, there are also challenges when it comes to communication. So maybe different people speak different languages, so maybe there could be different language differentials, there could be cultural conflicts, there could be a lack of consensus ad idem, so which we say similarity of mind. So maybe I'm saying something in one context, but because you're digitally far, and you might understand that in a different context, right? So there are both opportunities as well as challenges, but through this session, we will know that how to convert those challenges into opportunities. So definitely, diversity or having a diverse workforce enhances creativity, enhances flexibility, enhances both individual and organizational effectiveness. And also, it brings greater access to new segments of the marketplaces and also enhances productivity. But then when we know the benefits of diversity, as we all have been talking, that of course, fresh perspectives are always welcome. I know that so if I was just working in the area of, qualitative analysis, maybe a person who's working in quantitative data can support my analysis with the facts, with the graphs, with the charts. So we know that it is beneficial, but then why does it happen that most of the diversity initiatives in organizations, they fail or they backfire? Any input on that? We all know the benefits of diversity, right? It just goes without saying, but then why is it that we are not able to reap as much benefits or as much profitability or as much financial returns or as much retention ratio than we could have? So why is it that organizations, I was talking to a friend and who's working in a company and she's leading the HR team, and she's saying that, we hired more people from different backgrounds, but still we don't see any difference in the payouts, or we don't see any difference in the financial returns, or we don't see any difference in the output. So where are the things which are going wrong?
Just simple thing. The first one is our egoism.
Okay.
And the second one, maybe the self-esteem.
Okay.
And another one, maybe the kind of the sense of patriotism, or maybe in our unconscious mind, we may have such kind of fear to accept the other, how can I say, that the different ones, they are not similar to us. So maybe these are the fundamental problems for humankind to accept such kind of diversity, because we, in my experience, I have been studying in other Western country many years. So no matter how they mention, they are friendly, they like Asian, whatever they said, I feel that to some extent, they have such kind of fear or such kind of discrimination or whatever I said. To be honest, they have.
I completely get your point. So I completely get your point, Nunu. Thank you for that. And whatever you were saying about that, a bias, I will just come to that a little later in the same session. So, but thank you for that. I completely comprehend what you're saying, and I will also share my own experiences in a while. So then I would like to share certain implementation problems which happen. So when I say that why does it happen that most of the diversity initiatives, they fail or they backfire, it is because of how they are implemented in the organizations. So I will just talk about certain paradigms or the ways that they are implemented in the organizations, and I'll just share some examples also. So, one perspective of implementing diversity and inclusion in the organization is discrimination and fairness paradigm, where the pillar of this paradigm is assimilation. So when the organizations say that we are all the same, and here what leaders do is that they follow a particular process, that everybody has to follow the same methods, everybody has to work within the same culture, everybody has to follow certain protocols, everybody has to follow what is told to them. So such companies, what they do is that they train or they mentor or they organize mentoring and career development or career progression plans for the people who were traditionally underrepresented, and also provide training, the cultural training to other employees, so that they respect each other's culture, they respect each other's perspectives, they respect each other's ideas. But the focus is on sameness, that we are all same and we should respect each other. So I'll give you an example. So in a consultancy firm which particularly does consultation with respect to quantitative analysis, if an organization which is following an assimilation paradigm, probably an employee would be quite skeptical that should I give an idea, or should I suggest that why not just data, why not interview people and go ahead to a different dimension of your business, which could be content analysis, which could be doing interviews, which could be qualitative analysis. Or maybe a women employee may be hesitant to share with the company if it is an advertising, let's just say if it's an advertising company, so you may be hesitant in sharing that the advertising campaign of the company may not be good for all ethnic communities, because the company might see that you are bringing some kind of inappropriate attitudes which is beyond the company's scope of operations. So, and with this I'm reminded of that in India also, Hindustan Unilever Limited, there was a product which they launched in 1975, way back, Fair and Lovely. So a focus on that, how to be fair. And recently only there was a lot of retaliation criticism that they had to put the product down, and now it is renamed as, instead of Fair and Lovely, to Glow and Lovely, and the same as Fair and Handsome, so it is now Glow and Handsome. So anyways, so that was just because it clicked me, and I was just reminded of that ad because I was talking about advertising agencies. So assimilation paradigm, it talks about, it is more the companies which are following this paradigm, they're working because there were certain legislation requirements, there were certain regulatory requirements, because the law wanted them to have some percentage of women, or to have some percentage of people of different abilities onto their companies, or the law requires them to have a certain percentage of women on their boardrooms, in their boardrooms. So assimilation works on the sameness, promoting fair hiring and subverting differences. So these kind of organizations, they would not want employees to bring any cultural changes to the organization because of their diverse perspective. So they believe that we all are same, and is following fair and equitable practices, respect cultural differences, but they're not inviting other perspectives, or they're not inviting different ideas. They would not allow a diverse workforce to bring about changes in their culture, in the culture of the organization, as the examples that I shared. So the focus is that we are all the same. We hire diverse employees, but we encourage a uniform behavior. We promote fair hiring, and we subvert differences to encourage harmony. So maybe you are overlooking the differences which are fundamental to people, or which can be an asset to an organization, which can be, very, very important. So this is what an assimilation paradigm talks of. Now, talking about another paradigm, the equity and access paradigm, which is a differentiation paradigm. What happens here is that you acknowledge that if we hire people from diverse backgrounds, and we acknowledge that yes, we are not the same, we are different, how we can use diversity not just as being fair, but to our business sense. So the companies, these kind of companies, they believe that diversity is not just fair, but it is making a lot of business sense also. So we can tap the markets which were not explored earlier. We can tap the clients who were not, who were not targeted earlier. So we can match diverse employees to the niche markets. We can expand the markets. And I'll give you an example. So here there was this Axis Capital International, which is a US investment bank. So what they did was that they were thinking of expanding into European markets and other markets, and they were wanting to expand their business into other countries. Initially, what they did was that they deputed their US staff to Europe and to other countries wherever they were wanting to expand. But when they deputed the US staff to their European markets, they found that they were not able to reap the benefits. The revenues were not increasing. The employees were not able to culturally connect with the clients, and they were not receiving very good feedback, very positive feedback. So then what they did was that they hired Europeans in the European markets who had done their MBAs from American B schools. So from North American B schools. And they found that, this strategy was working. They started having more clients. They started receiving more, valuable clients. They started receiving more business, and their profitability, their returns were increased, and they were, able to bank upon that. And in Germany and in other countries, wherever they were foraying, they hired people who were localites from there, so that they could understand the cultural mindset of the local clients. They knew the nuances of working in those countries. But can anybody tell me that, why even the leaders today, they say that, this was not the right approach? Okay, we celebrate differences. We are matching diverse people to niche markets. We are expanding our horizons. It is making more business sense. But then this may not be the right strategy as well. So in assimilation, the differences were overlooked completely. The companies were blind to the cultural differences. Here we are saying that, okay, we are celebrating differences. You bring your ideas, you bring yourselves to work. But then what you're doing is that a Hispanic is attending to a Hispanic client, or maybe, a Chinese is attending to a Chinese client, or maybe Hispanics are attending to the Latin American communities or subsidiaries. So, but then the leaders with the equity and access paradigm also said that, maybe this is not the right strategy. Any idea why? Any input on that?
I think it's an affair of mindset.
Yeah. So, okay. Is it Camelia? Thank you, Camelia. Anyone else?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'll tell you why, and why rightly you said that, it's about the mindsets as well. So, later on, when the leaders started reflecting, they said that, we knew what are the strengths of our people. And that is how we mapped them. We allotted them the branches, we allotted them the job profiles based on their strengths. But we did not learn from their strengths. So what if my European team resigns tomorrow? Or what if, and they were not able to identify in that entire process of even after 10 years, that what were the subtleties of what Germans were doing, how they were doing that. So, they did not learn from each other's cultural differences. They did not know, even after 10 years, that which part of the investment banking was universal and which portions, which processes required cultural competence. So over the years also, we do not know that it is how and what the Germans were doing. So we know that, okay, this is what they're doing, but how they were doing, we do not know. So we know that what Europeans are doing, but how they were doing, we do not know, because we never integrated the cultural differences into our uniform practices. We never integrated that diverse perspectives into our mainstream of the work. So ultimately what happened was that every branch in a different country became an independent sublet, became an independent unit. So the directors, the managers who were sitting in different countries, they never had a discussion of it. Was how they were doing what they were doing, and how they can learn from each other, how they can uplift each other, how they can use, how they know that what things are universal and what things require a cultural competence. So they missed out on that. So we have yet another perspective, which can be a better outlook to how you implement diversity in organizations. So we call it an integration perspective, wherein we talk of learning and effectiveness paradigm, which says that you have to combine both assimilation and differentiation. So we are promoting equal opportunity and fairness also, and we are valuing cultural differences also. So in the differentiation paradigm also, the companies were valuing the differences, but not valuing enough to integrate that into the organization, into the organization's mission, into the organization's landscape, into the organization's efforts, into the organization's business as such universally. So I'll give you an example of the integration paradigm. So there was this company, public legal company. So they were handling litigation cases, and they had all white staff. And this company, they had this agenda, they had this mandate that we will be representing all women, irrespective of where you are from and what is your background and whatever it is. But they found that, irrespective of the mandate, because their staff was all white, so they were they were representing all white women in the litigation cases or employment related issues. So after a while, they hired a Hispanic attorney. And they thought that, maybe it will help our mandate that we are representing women from all kinds of communities and all backgrounds. So it's going to help us with that. But interestingly, it came out to be even bigger and better than that. So this Hispanic attorney, she gave different perspectives that, how we can handle different cases. So when we say employment related issues, how we can also expand horizons and maybe attend to other kinds of issues. So maybe, and then they hired more women of color and more women, and they brought fresher perspectives. And thereafter, the company said that, initially we were not getting into challenging the English only policies when it came with, the employment related issues. But now they've looked at that, we can have a variety of cases. So maybe they started taking up cases which were related to challenging the English only policies, which were a, greater fit for women who were the migrants, or maybe open channels for a lot of people for whom that, the English maybe was not their first language. So, when you hire different people, when you bring their perspectives, when you appreciate and value their perspectives, maybe they open a different branch for your business altogether. Maybe they open a different business case for you altogether. They open a different wing, which you never thought that, will fall in the ambit of the company. So, but the idea is that you have to value them enough to integrate that into your business perspectives. So with this, achieving integration, so the theme line here is that we are all on the same team with our differences and not despite them. That is what the game changer is. That of course, we are talking about competitive advantage. We are talking about making business sense, but also we are valuing people. So we have our differences, but we are there with each other, not despite them. And to encourage this kind of an approach, or to encourage this kind of a paradigm, it's important to have open discussions about the cultural backgrounds, which Access Capital International missed on doing. To eliminate all forms of dominance. If you find that, one group has a dominant say or is not allowing others to voice out, so you have to pitch in there as a leader. To secure organizational trust or platform where everybody can share their differences, their opinions, their perspectives, different ideas, when we call brainstorming. So it will help in, avoiding the groupthink as well, that we are all thinking alike. And very interestingly, before I ask you that, which paradigm your individual organizations are following, I would like to talk about a recent research, and it really piqued my interest. So this recent research, it suggests, it was done by Praise and Steve Todd, 2015. It is again an article which is published in Harvard. And the recent research suggests that employees with a diverse Twitter network, one that exposes them to people and ideas they don't already know, they tend to generate better and more innovative ideas, which really helps their business organizations also. So I will show you two networks, two sociograms of two employees in an organization, employee A and employee B. What do you think? What can you make out of these two sociograms, Twitter networks? Any idea that, what is employees A Twitter network about and what is B's Twitter network about?
Maybe not sure, maybe.
Yeah.
The employee B, maybe he or she may have more diversity than employee A, I assume.
Okay.
But not sure, ma'am.
No, which is fine. So we appreciate inputs, Anyone else?
I think. So please tell me, having a greater diversity of graduate data connection and employee A and employee B is opposite side of network. Employee B network is various method of way a connection. The network is very simple and connected to one-to-one and any of IC a one-to-many network. This is difference in the employee B and A.
An employee A, right. Thank you, Nunu. So thank you both for your inputs. And so what is happening is that if you see that employee A's Twitter network, employee A is following people who are not following each other. So this is what is showing that here the compactness is less. Here the compactness is high. So here the compactness ratio is 82% in B's network, and in A's network it's just 18%. So what it tells us that employee B is following the people and they are also following employee B back, and all of those people are more connected with each other. So for example, if I am a student of HR and I follow people in the area of HR, and of course I'll see that there are some connections, because the people who have an interest towards human resource management, or the people who have an interest towards diversity and inclusion, or the people who are working more in qualitative analysis, I'm following more of those people, and they are also somewhere connected because we all are working in the same kind of field. So that is what employee B is about. Employee A is that I am a student of HR, but at the same time, instead of following just people who are working in the area of HR, I follow people who are in entrepreneurship, I follow people from different countries, I follow people from finance, and maybe I get to know that how HR and finance can work together. Maybe HR and IT, how artificial intelligence and HR can work together. So employee A's network, he's following the people, or he or she is following the people who are not necessarily connected with each other. So the finding here says, the research finding says that employee A's network is better for ideation as compared to B. Now why? Because when they were conducting the interviews, one of the interview very rightly said that I don't necessarily want to follow more people. I just want to follow people whose opinions don't always align with me, which is kind of an ongoing battle, because after a year or so of following the same people, you find that your opinions shift and morph a little, and suddenly you are with the homogeneous group of people again. So I am following the same people, they are also following the same kind of people. So at the end of the day, you find there is a group think, and I'm again with the homogeneous group of people. So I've not learned a different way of doing things. So maybe I am not too much into HR and accounting, or HR and finance, or HR and IT, which can be a new dimension to my research work, or which can be a new dimension to my academic work. So here they say that, this is very important, that the people, if you are following people who are outside your circle, maybe you get a fresher perspective on, how can you enhance yourself, or maybe how can you enhance your thought process, or maybe how can you enhance the work that you are doing. That was one of the research findings. And here they again talk about two kinds of connectors, whether it's an employee or a leader, idea scout and idea connectors. So idea scouts are people who search for more information outside their own network, or maybe outside. And idea connectors are that, who take the lead of bringing those fresh perspectives, or maybe of implementing that idea into the organization. So maybe I borrow something from a company who's, following a very exclusive way of implementing diversity, and maybe how I can implement that in my organization as well, right? So it is about searching ideas and then finding ways that where What perspective can you connect with in your organization? So now, before I talk about making the paradigm shift, I would like to ask you that, in your respective organizations, which paradigm do you think is more in practice, whether it is assimilation, differentiation, or integration? Anybody, if you would like to share. Or maybe, if not in your respective organizations, but you know of any example which you would like to share, where it was a case for assimilation or differentiation or integration, which you would like to share with us and with all of us, of course. Nuni, would you like to share something from your organization or maybe your experience?
Yes, we can say that it's kind of integration.
Okay.
But I just want to say honestly,
yeah,
it's still hard to 100% integrate each other, even in our division, because for example, we have different division. They have their targeted tasks and targeted responsibility.
Okay.
But sometimes we have to connect each other. In that case, what we have to face is that you also want to do your task fast. And then, so that's mine. I also want to do mine. So sometimes it can be negotiated, but sometimes it's not. So it is hard to say exactly how much percentage we can integrate each other. But every division or every person, basically, they have the basic idea is that anyway, we have to integrate. So we can say that my organization is kind of a integrated organization, I think.
That's very good to hear, because, you have to make little efforts. So of course, when it is already following an integration paradigm, slowly and steadily, you achieve what you really want to achieve. So it takes a while to achieve something. But if you're already making efforts in that direction, it's great to hear. It's great to hear. Anyone else? All right. So, the idea is that how do we make a paradigm shift from an assimilation approach to a differentiation approach to an integration approach? And so some of the pointers that I think are relevant are that, instead of being data driven, so we get too fancied with the data, with the statistic, with the numbers, that we miss out that that people is not just statistic. There are a lot of things, experiences, my emotions, my feelings, my background, my perspectives, my own unconscious biases, which go into the picture. So instead of just being data informed, we have to understand, instead of just being data driven, we need to be data informed and, understand that a diverse workforce will embody different perspectives and approaches to work. And many times, instead of just collecting the data or just seeing the number representation, we can also, interview people. There's another angle to it, qualitative analysis, interview people about what they like, what are their experiences, and what can company do or what can the team leaders do to make them more comfortable. So probably that can be one of the ways. Then recognize that both learning opportunities and challenges that the expression presents for the organization. So of course, it's good to talk of diversity, but also many times, as I mentioned, that there could be communication barriers, there could be language barriers, there could be cultural barriers. So are we ready to change from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset? There's a possibility to learn from each other. Then organizational culture must also create an expectation of high standards of performance from everyone. So it's not that you deliberately say that, okay, if somebody is a woman or if somebody is a person who's differently abled or if somebody is a transgender employee, so probably you will expect less from them. No, that you should foster a culture that, you're providing support. At the same time, we expect high standards of performance from everybody and encourage openness, which will resolve a lot of issues and which can, help in shifting from assimilation to differentiation to integration. So again, we would like to, we can have a revisit at this. The diversity is the what and inclusion is the how. So diversity focuses on the makeup of the workforce demographics such as age, color, race, while inclusion is a measure of culture that enables diversity to thrive. So the diversity that lacks genuine inclusion is often called tokenism. An inclusive workplace doesn't just have a diversity of people present, it has a diversity of people involved, developed, empowered, and trusted by the business and the leaders. And now we would be talking about that, what stops us from inclusivity. So as New was correctly mentioning a while ago, she was talking about some biases, and that is, again, it comes into a picture when we talk of a concept like diversity and inclusion, that, irrespective of how much do we say that, we are objective as team leaders or as project leaders or as employees with our colleagues, but still there are some prejudices which are there unconsciously. So maybe I don't know that they're working, but they're somewhere there in a subconscious mind. They're somewhere there at play because based on the culture where, how I'm raised, maybe because of the country where I studied, maybe because of my, own, learning experiences, maybe because of the experiences that I had from my colleagues. So maybe, all of this is at play. So now when I say that prejudice, bias is any kind of a prejudice in favor of or against a thing, a person, a group compared with another, usually in an unfair or a negative way. So, sometimes, and hereafter, I'll be talking of how technology can help us with navigating the biases. So the first thing is that, many a times we tend to make quick decisions. So maybe, so I'll talk here of the system 1 and system 2. So maybe, our human brain works in 2 ways. It's system 1 decision making or system 2 decision making. So system 1 is that, the information which is quickly, readily available. So many a times we make hiring decisions, we make promotion decisions, or we make decisions at the face of it. So prima facie what it looks to me. So system 1 is very quick, that the information which is readily available, which is easily available, which is quickly accessible, I make decisions on that. Because system 2 is what? It's more of cognitive. So system 2 requires more of effort, that in order to make objective decision on performance evaluations or on promotions or on competence mapping or on hiring, I need more data. I need to be more informed. I need to collect more information. I need to take more perspectives from other team members before making a decision. So the things which become a little hard, we tend to kind of avoid them, and we tend to make decisions on things which are readily available or which are easy for us to make. So biases are some influences of how we see the world or how we interact with others. So for example, is this slide visible? Yeah. So what is visible what is this? Can anybody tell me? I mean, what do you see on the screen?
Science.
Science.
Yes. SCIENCE, science.
Yeah,
It's
SCIENCE, science. Yeah.
Science.
So, and this was my first impression also. So when I show it to other people, or when I first saw this myself, so my first immediate response was that, it is because it is very familiar. So there is that, we've heard this term many times, and, in our studies and educational background, it's a very familiar term. But
thank you, teacher.
Yeah, but what it could be a nameplate, it could be any other card, it could be number with some alphabets. Now, why we said is science is because we were quite familiar, and even my first instance when I saw this, my first reaction was it is science, and then I was like, yes, I'm talking about biases, I'm talking about these kind of things, but again, we were so familiar that instantly what came to our minds was science, right? Although it could be any nameplate as well. Now, what do you see now?
Lamppost? Or canister or something?
Canister.
Okay.
This is understand.
Yeah.
This is and
Or maybe there are faces, so many faces here.
Oh, wow, that's fantastic. Very good to identify that. That's fantastic. So anyone else would like to give an input? Ernesto, Antonio, George, Kinuyo, Marcelino. So very rightly, you mentioned that, initially we could think of that, there are lamps or there are candle stands or there's a chessboard or there's a vase. But if you see closely, you will see that there are 6 pair of faces, every face having a different expression. So some face, if you see the first picture, they're just, looking at each other. The second one, they're laughing at each other. The third pair, if you see that they're looking at each other, and they're a little angry with each other. So you will see that, there's different expressions on these faces also. Some faces, they're facing each other. The pairs, they're laughing. Some are giving a stern expression. Some are angry. Some are snobbish. And some are just a plain face. So, but the first impression was that, yes, it could be anything. So, okay, my slide is again hanging. So just give me a minute. It's not moving. Yeah. So the idea is that, we don't see things as they are. We see things as we are. So cat is looking into the mirror and sees a lion.
Cat, lion, three.
Yeah, lion, yes.
Lion.
Yes, mirror, lion, cat. But what impression I'm trying to make here is, the point that I'm trying to make here is that, we don't see the things as they are. We see the things as we are. So our own perceptions, our own information. So I might be a cat, but when I look at the mirror, I see that, okay, it's lion. So it is our own perception. So, world is same for everybody, but it is based on what information is relevant for me. So anything related to HR would be quite eye-catchy to me, and anything because I am less of a numbers person, I work more in the area of qualitative analysis. So naturally, some information, no matter how relevant it is, but maybe inadvertently it may get filtered out because it's not pertaining to my domain, or maybe because it's not pertaining to my discipline, or maybe because I'm less interested in that. Or maybe something is less familiar to me, or maybe something is not exactly as I am, or maybe similar to me. So there are a lot of biases which are at play, whether we know them, we do not know them, but there are certain things which go at the back of what we see. So it could be a culture bias, it could be an attribution bias that, when I make the mistake, I say that, it was, I just attribute it to fate or something else. But when I see someone else's mistake, I say that, no, it is a failure on their part. And so it could be an affinity bias that, we tend to like things which are similar to us. It could be a conformity bias that because I'm moving out with some people, so I tend to conform to things which they are conforming to. It could be age bias, it could be gender bias. So, and these biases, we don't really know that they are working, but they actually work in a subconscious way. So I would just like to show a little video. Just let me know if it is visible. A very small video. Just, is the screen visible? Is the video screen visible to everyone?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So video screen is not visible to me. It is showing that it is the video screen which is working. So let me just play and then tell me.
Right, so
Are
I
you
want
able
to
to
get
hear?
everyone's input on the right person to lead the project. So it's Joe who's moving across to the zero.
Are you able to hear that?
We can hear, but we cannot see anything.
Cannot see. Okay. All right. So what can I do is, can I post the link on the chat, and then probably you can just have a look at it, and then
You can.
Yeah,
It's better.
I'm just posting. Not able to copy it. Maksuji, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible for you to post this link onto the chat? I'm not able to copy it.
मैम कॉपी ऐसे नहीं होगा मैम, पहले आप नॉर्मल मोड में ले जाना मैम,
Okay.
स्लाइड से मोड से हटा दीजिए मैम.
Okay, fine. All right. All right, so I'm posting this onto the chat group and you can just have a look at it and then we will talk about it. I'll just give you 1 minute to see this video and then probably we can talk about it. So have you watched the video? Yes? Have you watched the video? I posted the link onto the chat box. You knew. So shall I proceed further? Can you give me a heads up?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. All right.
We are watching the video, yes.
Oh, no, please go ahead. Please, you complete the watching and then we will discuss. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So now can we discuss? What did you see? Yeah, what did you see in the video?
Kind of discrimination.
Kind of discrimination. So, you know, they were to find out a person who can be the project lead, you know, and when they were discussing, what did we find that, you know, different people had different perspectives. So a simple question as to who is more suited to lead a project. So they're talking about 3 employees where they say that Cynthia's young children will make it difficult for her to be committed to the project. Then there's yet another person who's a prospect to be a project leader, and they say that, you know, Ravi is introvert and therefore unsuitable to be a project leader. Then they are talking about yet another prospect, and they're saying that Jerry's relaxed demeanor would not serve the project goals. So you see that, you know, what kind of perceptions do we have when we are in meetings, when we are at workplaces, when you have to make decisions as to a simple question as to that, you know, everybody is competent. So who's going to be the project leader? So one of the team members, he is exclaiming that, you know, no, Cynthia cannot be a good fit. Why? Not because she has less technical knowledge, not because she's less educationally qualified. One of the women team members, she says that, you know, her CV is quite solid. Her CV is quite appreciable. She has very good qualifications. She's backed by a lot of technical and other certifications, and she can be a great fit. But then one of the team members, male counterpart, says that, you know, but she's got young children, and then she will not be fully committed to the project. Then there's another guy, they say that, you know, he's quite an introvert, so he may not be suitable for being a project leader. And then Jerry, he's a little calm guy, so maybe he's not be very committed to the project deadlines. But, you know, where does the research tells us that a mother cannot be an efficient worker? Where does the research tells us that an introvert person will not be committed to a project goal or cannot be a great project leader? Or where does a research tells us that, you know, if a person has a relaxed demeanor, which can be a plus when you're working under severe timelines that you have to, you know, serve your clients under deadlines, and, you know, the deadlines are very stringent. So in fact, Jerry could also be a great leader because, you know, you have that calm demeanor to work even under stringent deadlines, and you will not spill over that stress to your team members. But still they had this kind of a contemplation in the discussion. So notwithstanding that, you know, it should be the technical ability to be the project leader, and not whether if somebody is a mother or somebody is an introvert or somebody has a relaxed demeanor. So these kind of prejudices, these kind of biases, these kind of, you know, our perceptions, they do not allow us to make the apt or the right decisions. So there is where system 2 helps us in correcting system 1, that instead of taking quick decisions on what is coming very handy to us, why not go into detail, go deeper, and find out that, you know, how our decisions can be even better. And to overcome some of the biases, that, you know, it is important that companies, they, instead of believing that, you know, so the research said that some of the researchers, if you look at this is, so in a 2019 meta-analysis of more than 490 studies involving some 80,000 people, the psychologist Patrick Froscher found that unconscious bias training does not change biased behavior. In yet another research, it was found that more than 700 companies, that unconscious bias training, the likelihood that Black men and women would advance in organizations often decreased. Why? Because diversity or inclusion, companies usually stop where they should be starting. Because if we believe that it is an unconscious bias, you cannot do anything about it, probably you will not be able to do anything about it. So instead of having a fixed mindset that what is the challenge, or maybe it is what it is, why not focus on a growth mindset that there's an opportunity to learn, and even unconscious biases can be overcome. So if I'm dicey that, you know, my bias is coming into play, I may ask a team member to give me a counter opinion, or to give me an opinion, or to support whether I'm making the right decision or not. Or maybe here is where I can leverage technology. I can leverage the digital tools. I can leverage the artificial enabled tools. So one is that, you know, I examine my own assumptions. And whenever I catch up myself making a judgment about someone's background or work preferences, why don't I reframe my thinking in asking that, can this be an asset for my team? Maybe this is the background, okay, but instead of looking at a negative limelight, can this be an asset to me and my team members and to my organization? So reframe the thinking about a person or a situation. Instead of having a fixed mindset, why not have a growth mindset? Now, Microsoft, they follow a practice of reflection notebook. They ask their employees to note down when their bias was in play according to them, and what according to them is leading to that kind of a bias. So what is the root cause of that bias? So maybe my background, maybe the business school that I'm coming from, maybe the experiences that I have. So you make a reflection notebook, and then you're conscious of that, okay, these biases were at play, so I need to contain them. Then Google has a practice, you know, where they call out a bias. So if you see that somebody is biased or making remarks like this, that, you know, she's a young mother, so she'll not be able to give her best in the company, so probably call out a bias, call out a stereotype statement. If you find that women is always stopped in the meetings and it's more male members who are contributing, so you can stop the bias. Why are you always interrupting when she's speaking, or when a person from the minority group is speaking? Then we have got tools like artificial intelligence enabled sentiment analysis, which is a very, very helpful tool. What this tool does is that, you know, it tracks the moods of employees in real time. And then once it is figured out that, you know, there's an emotional upheaval or the mood is changing, you can address that issue in real time, then and there. So these kind of tools about sentiment analysis, emotional analysis, they are very helpful in today's times. Even, you know, in recruitment, now instead of a person doing screening through a lot of CVs, now companies are having, you know, AI enabled recruitment tools that you filter what is the requirement for a particular job description, and that software will give you the 10 best candidates whom you can call for interview. Then there was, in performance evaluations also. So there was this PR agency where it was found that performance reviews were biased. And why it was biased? Because in their performance review formats, they were also having a column of self-assessment, that I will also assess myself before my boss assesses me. And what was happening is that, as the research often says, that the self-assessments were read by managers before filling out feedback forms, and women, as it is consistent with the research findings, they were less likely to promote themselves and were more hard on themselves as compared to the male counterparts. So eventually, to correct this bias or to correct this flaw in the performance review, what they did was that they evaluated the self-evaluation formats while giving it to the line managers. So of course they were there. I'm also evaluating myself. Those points will also be taken care of. But then HR was able to reduce the bias against women in managers' feedbacks by eliminating that part of the feedback form when it was handed over to the line managers. And again, there are a lot of softwares and technology which can help in overcoming the bias. So for example, companies like IBM, Facebook, Goldman Sachs, they are using a vacancy prediction software to identify behavioral data of employees to predict their likeliness to leave the company. Then Cisco, Johnson & Johnson, Expedia, American Express, they're using a job description optimization software to improve diversity by providing recommendations to optimize job descriptions and translate languages as per the candidates. Then IBM, LinkedIn, Hilton, Goldman Sachs, and Amazon are using a CV screening software to reduce the bias and cost by instantly reviewing a large number of CVs, as I already mentioned. Then Unilever, PwC, Accenture, LinkedIn, Tesla, they're using AI-enabled psychometric testing to improve the candidate to hire ratio. So a lot of these companies, they're also leveraging technology to overcome biases and to foster more inclusivity efforts. So you'll find that a company like Zalando, which is a leading European retailer, they are using a real-time tool into their performance management system that crowdsources both structured as well as unstructured performance feedback of employees from various sources. So from the meetings, from the projects, from the problem redressal sessions, they're collating the feedback and giving it real-time to employees. And automatically, they're also identifying and proposing the top 10% based on aggregated performance feedback data. So it's not subjective that any one individual is doing that. It's collated by a software who's taking care of any kind of bias which may come into picture while you're rating the employees or while you're assessing your subordinates or reportees. So with that, now we move on further to how to foster inclusion. So we've talked of the paradigms of diversity, we've talked of the biases and how to counter them. Then how do we embrace inclusion? So I will give you 5 minutes to just think of this question and reflect back that, you see this circle, you can take a pen or paper or you can use your computers, whatever is more comfortable to you. So there's a circle. Can you name some people who are inside the circle who are very similar to you? And so are the people represented inside the circle very similar to you? You just note down the names of the people who will fall inside the circle and who in this circle has different experiences, interests, and perspectives than I do. And also then you jot down the names of some people who are outside the circle. And then you figure out that how can you bring those people into your inner circle. Have you understood? So you see this circle, you jot down the names of some people who are inside the circle, right? Inside the circle, and who are similar to you in experiences or who are similar to you in background, and how many people that you've named inside the circle are different from you, or have different perspectives, or are different in backgrounds. And then you write down the names which are outside the circle. This is the first thing. So I give 5 minutes to each one of you. You can do it for your own. Yeah. It's just a reflection, or maybe we get so busy in our organizations, in our work that, we hardly get time to reflect on these kind of questions, which can be crucial to include everybody around us.
I think our education system and or social inclusion is very important role in our country. These are many differences places and or cultural and different type of religion and economy or education standard or technology use or electricity and other dangerous problem and in conflicted area. This is not and social community does not or use our education system implemented and social inclusive out of the area reach their education standard and online, offline, and blended learning system. And therefore, we can choose other channels. We have used internet and other communication channel. The internet is not usable in various places, does not reach. Right. Economy and supporting telecommunication system and other connectivity are very weak. We can choose other channels. Our communication system is developed there. Has included our alternative education department, and we choose various kind of thing of reach sender and receiver is very flexible and important of communication strategy. We and to get reach electricity, internet connection, communication, and we have no internet. We develop a solar or other electricity to get to reach area. So we live central level are very different. Central level and sub-national level reach their right information to reach to have other national papers. Our department developed the language and dictionaries and grammar spelling and other reading books and other stories of had implemented. And our website is yamnl.mo.edu.mm. Countries and other ministry level and to each other connected website, using website and using social media, Facebook page and channel. This is important role of the channel to get reach MRTV and we all of the people are used and electronic mobile phone. On this internet and to connect the communication and channel, communication department and communication and company are connected and very cheaper use internet access. This is important role of our education system, and this implemented the education system developed to reach other and many other country people reach the reading books and reading stories and reading. We develop step by step, and learning management system is very important role of our education system. Learning management system is used to reach the other people and my children and other social people and to reach other. So we can start there. Inclusive education and social inclusion is their living standard is promoted by step living standard and all equality education and to implement the equality education and all very role we develop the strategy and communication system is very important role. This is teacher.
Very rightly you've said, Nunu, thank you. So communication, of course, is very, very important. This is how we can get digitally connected. Also, you rightly mentioned the role of social media platforms like Facebook, like Instagram, like Twitter, and so how can we bring more people who are outside the circle into the circle? That's very important. Thank you for your input. Is there any other input that, and for your individual teams also, that we have a circle where inside the circle we have people who are very, so, very interestingly in HR, we have a concept of the strangers theory, which says that, stranger is a person who may be spatially close. So I'm sitting next to my colleague, but maybe relationally different. So the whole idea of this is that, how do we connect even a relationally, how do we connect with a colleague or with a team member who's relationally different? So it's not just about the spatial difference, it's also about the relational distance also. So that is why this slide that, we all have our circle. So who are the people who are within our circle? Who are the people who are outside our circle? So you will find the names you must have jotted down, that people who are like you in some way or the other, maybe from the same B school, maybe who are working with you in your department, maybe who, who are very similar, who have a similar work profile, are inside the circle. And maybe there's some people who are outside the circle. But the entire concept of this holistic inclusion is that how do we expand our circle, and how do we even take efforts to bring the people who are outside the circle inside our own circle. So that is the whole point of it. But you can, because there is, the time is less and there's another resource person who's waiting. So I will, but we can also speak about it some other time. But of course, this exercise you should do so that it will give you a reflection of what are we doing to bring the people who are outside the circle to our inside circle. Yeah.
Thank you, Geeta ma'am.
Yes, yeah. I will just take 5 more minutes to, my screen is hanging. I will just take 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We are getting out of time.
Yes. But I cannot just leave it here. Just give me 5 minutes. My screen is hanging. I'm not able to move it. I don't know why. So, even in our early everyday interactions, we can make little small steps, like genuinely seek team members' inputs, what is their perspective, and genuinely taking their advice, asking open-ended questions, not just a yes or no, and valuing each member as an individual, respecting their cultural differences, and also looking at a mindset of with a mindset of how can we learn from their differences, how can we learn from their strengths. And because the time is less, so I will straight away move on to the last part of the presentation, which is that, of course, you all mentioned as to what can we do to bring the people who are outside the circle to inside circle. But what can we do proactively to support the people, or, the people who are members of minority group or underrepresented group or marginalized group? So probably that, you can be an ally. So an ally is not just a bystander, but an upstander, that you speak up for people, you voice out for people, you take decisions for people who are underrepresented or who were not given a chance earlier. You can refer them for career progression programs, or you can refer them to your team leads and all. So it is that ask team members to be collaborators on proposals. An ally is a person who makes an intentional decision to understand, empathize, and act in support of others. So, it's very important that to be an ally also, you should ask certain questions to yourself, that if you are wanting to advocate for the people from the minority groups, what is your motivation behind an allyship? Because, being an ally is not a destination, it's a continuous journey that I'm committed to a cause. So reconsider if you're just doing it to impress people around you because it feels nice or it makes you look good, or do you actually want to be a savior? Then the second question could be that, are you informed enough to act as an ally? Do I have an understanding of the other person? So if I say a transgender person, or if I say a differently abled person, or if I say a person from a different nationality, am I equipped about the cultural differences? Have I done a lot of research, or have I made an effort to understand it from them, that, what is it that, that what kind of support they would be requiring? So do I have enough knowledge to be an ally? And then ask if you are helping them the way they want to be helped, not the way you want to be helped. So very quickly, I'm just going to run through these 2 slides. Just see a scenario where, suppose you have a friend, Amelia, who's often interrupted by male members of your group during conversations, you have noticed this happening before as well, and you believe it is a result of gender bias. You decide to intervene and help Amelia. Now, you've understood the scenario that there's a friend of yours, maybe a colleague of yours, Amelia, who's often interrupted by her male colleagues in the team meetings, and you've decided to intervene and help Amelia. So which of these options would you select? There are 3 options on your screen. Call out the interruption in front of your friends and state that Amelia does not deserve to be treated in such a sexist manner. Then wait to discuss the matter with Amelia directly and ask about the support you could provide. Intervene without drawing Amelia into the conversation by noting that you're communicating on your own behalf rather than on hers. So which do you think can be an appropriate option?
If you have diplomatic kind of persuasion, you may choose the other 2 options. But in my case, I like the rightly intervention. So in my case, I want to choose number 1. It's better for me. It's my guess for me, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nunio. So, you know,
Number 3.
yeah, Ernest, you're trying to say something?
I will go for number 3, Marcelino.
You go for number 3, Marcelino. Okay, that's great. So,
For me too.
Number 1 for me.
For me too.
Ernest,
For
number
me
3?
too.
Number 2.
For me, it's number 1.
You, it's number 1. That's great. So, you know, it is just a matter of perspective. As I said, that, you know, to be an ally also, you need to help the other person the way they want to be helped. So maybe in all probability, it might happen that if you go for number 1, Amelia might feel embarrassed that, you know, you are interrupting in front of your friends and state that Amelia doesn't deserve to be treated. So in a way, she might feel a little embarrassed. So what you can do is that maybe you speak to Amelia first, that, you know, what is her opinion? Would she like to talk about this directly with the counterparts, or directly take it up with the team members, or with the HR? And if she says that she will talk about it herself, she would like to stand up on her own, it's fine. And otherwise, if she says that yes, she requires help, then maybe you can go for number 3, where in the next time it happens, when you are a part of it, then you can intervene without drawing Amelia into the conversation by noting that you're communicating on your own behalf rather than on hers. Although each and every option is good enough, but maybe this could be a way that you first discuss it with Amelia, the way she would like it to be addressed. Then this is just the last scenario. And of course, I know that we are getting short of time, but just before the closure. So now another allyship is that suppose your colleague Emily has a visual impairment and asks for directions to the cafeteria. Now, being motivated to help Amelie as much as possible, you respond that it would be too difficult for her to locate the cafeteria on her own and insist on accompanying her. To your surprise, Emily reacts negatively to your offer of help, and you leave wondering whether it's worth trying to be an ally at all if this is the thanks that you get. So which of these options would you go for? Apply self-awareness and examine your motivations for helping Emily before responding. Ask yourself if you are informed enough about the nature and extent of Emily's visual impairment or about people with disabilities in general, and give Emily the direction she requested in the first place to help her as she wished to be helped. Which one of these 3?
Yeah, number 3.
Number 3, very good.
3.
3. Okay, 3.
Number 3 for me also.
Number 3.
Number 3. So in this case, all 3 are great answers, but of course, as I said, number 3 could be great, that, you know, many times offering excessive help can be felt as being too patronizing. So maybe number 3 can also be a great option, that you give Emily the direction she requested in the first place if she's not offended, and help her as she wished to be helped. So that, of course, a great answer. And before I close up, just the last thing that, it is at an individual level what we can do in organizations, but even organizations need to look outside. So the case of Kochi Metro was that they failed to look outside. They could have partnered with housing accommodation agencies and enabled the transgender people to be retained. A classic example is Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, that they also hire a lot of transgender people, but they know that, they could be less educated or they have not completed their qualification. So what they're doing is that they're hiring transgender people, but again, they're training them irrespective of what their qualification is, what their educational background is. So they're training the people to fit the job that they are being offered. So that is the concept of holistic inclusion. And again, just the last thing, that you can do something for your own self and for your own community. So if you meet this person, Shrikant Bola, he's a visually impaired person from India, and now he's a very proud entrepreneur who started a company on his own, Boland. So if you look at the statistics, that in grade 10th he had 90%. He was not allowed to choose science stream for 12th, so he sued the state government, fought for 6 months and won the case. He scored 98% with science in 12th, and later on he went into MIT, received a scholarship, and he was MIT's first international blind student. And now he's opened Boland, and he's doing a lot for his own community, whereby he's created employment opportunities for millions of differently abled people, most of them being unskilled and uneducated. And he's into a business whereby they're using a lot of package solutions and using a lot of packaging solutions and eco-friendly disposable products. So of course, they're not just serving the people from the community, but also working for economy, environment, and society. And with this, I would just like to close by saying that, just increasing the demographic variation does not in itself increase organizational effectiveness. It is how a company defines diversity and what it does with the experiences of being a diverse organization that delivers on the promise. So thank you, all of you. And it was great to be with you for this particular session. And I hope when you go back in your respective departments, you can examine and counter your biases about diverse people. You can foster an inclusive team environment. You can help resolve diversity-related issues, and maybe you can choose to be an ally for the people who are underrepresented in your teams. Thank you, all of you. And yeah.
Thank you, Geeta ma'am.
Thank you, teacher.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
And thanks for the session.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we are already getting out of time. So I think we can give a break for how many minutes? Team, please suggest.
So I think 10 minutes.
Yeah, after 10 minutes, we can start the session.
Right. So we can have a quick break for 10 minutes, and thereafter we can start with another session by Dr. Khushi. Thank you.
Dr. Geeta, I think let's have 30 minutes break. Reason being, few people are already, at different time zones. So they are being sitting there. So let's have 30 minutes break. We can squeeze some of the content and then deliver, or in case some of the deliberations that can take place in this session so that the things are covered. We are at a win-win situation from both the ends.
Thank you, Dr. Shikha. Of course, we proceed likewise. Yeah.
I hope we all are back and set. Guys, yeah, I can see Dr. Khushi has already joined with us. Dr. Geeta is there, and our participants are already there on screen. Over to you, Dr. Geeta.
Thank you, Dr. Shikha, and my sincere apologies to Dr. Khushi, because the first two sessions were quite delayed, so your session got a little delayed. I'm sorry about that. So we can start this very interesting session on the impact of digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and the sub-functions of human resource management. And to take this session, we have with us Dr. Khushi Sharma. She's a seasoned academic professional with 16 years of experience in teaching and research in the field of human resource and general management, topped with 2+ years of corporate HR stint. She's a PhD, MBA, and UGC NET qualified. She has worked with GLA University, Banasthali University, Rajasthan, and she's currently working with Amity University, Noida. She has taught many subjects like human resource management, OB, training and development, organizational change and development, and has also took diverse leadership roles in various universities. She has been a part of organizing team of international workshops and conferences and has played an integral role alongside business leaders to frame corporate policies, plans, and execute training programs and devise corporate hierarchies in the corporate world. She's also presented and published papers in journals and of international repute. And she was also awarded the Best Paper Award for the paper titled Role of Trainee Reaction in Training Effectiveness and Empirical Study. We welcome you, Dr. Khushi, and without much delay, I would request you to please take over the session. And the participants are really looking forward to this session on the role of digital transformation on the various sub-processes of human resource management. Over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of you. How are you all? Can I have some noise?
Yeah, fine. Thank you.
Fine.
Okay, it's a pleasure to meet you all today. And I hope you all are here in a recharge mode after a break, because after lunch sessions are usually like lethargic and all. So we will start it on a different mode. I will ask you some questions and that way we will start. First of all, I will start sharing my screen. Just a minute. Can you see my screen? Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. And if you could just press F5, we can see the full screen.
Yeah. Is it okay now?
Not yet.
I think this is not working or something.
If you can press F5, maybe.
Yeah, I'm doing that only, ma'am, but it's, I think.
Dr. Khushi, you can click at the bottom where the slideshow mode is there. It's near the minus and plus sign at the extreme right-hand side. Bottom. Yeah. Next one. Yeah, first one. Near the minus sign.
Minus sign, okay.
Near the minus sign, left side. Left side. Left side. Yeah, this one.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, we are going to start our session that is on the new technologies and its impact on the functions of human resource management. We all are aware about the various functions of human resource management like recruitment, selection, training, development, compensation, performance management system. So we will be discussing about these functions, but from the different perspective. That is from the perspective of artificial intelligence, from the perspective of technology. So in the last sessions also, from last few days, you have been discussing about, you have been talking about digitalization, benefits of digitalization, then choosing about the right platform if you want to go for artificial intelligence, and how artificial intelligence saves your time. So I will ask you a question. What have you learned till now? That is, what is digitalization? What do you know by digitalization? Anyone from you? Participants, anybody? If you want to write in the chat.
Please tell me about your knowledge. Number one, digitalization is promote your education status and telecommunication and other novel places to reach a organization and to reach goal or effective communication and digitalization is very important role in digitalization.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And when we say digitalization, we can say that this is directly connected with improving the user experience. That is the people, how they are using them, the employers. If employers are using, we will talk from that perspective. If employees are using, we will talk from that perspective. Or we can say that digitalization is something anytime and anywhere. Like we are sitting at different places and we are communicating with each other. That is also a part of digitalization. And basically, it eliminates the delay or frustration. That is digitalization. And what are the benefits of digitalization? Like we will take an example of human resource management only, because we are going to talk about HRM. So if we talk from the perspective of recruiters, the question is how it affects recruiting. That is, how are the biggest changes and challenges, what are the biggest changes and challenges they have to face, and how they are going to face those challenges, how they are going to face those difficulties which arise during recruitment of the employees. So there are many softwares which can be used for the purpose of recruitment, like HR1, like HCM, that is human capital management. There is one software which is called as Recruit CRM. We will be talking about these softwares also one by one. But right now I'm telling you that digitalization is helpful, that is beneficial from the perspective of the organization and from the perspective of the employee also. Because applicant tracking system, because of the applicant tracking system, it becomes easy for the employers to identify and track the employees. And this is easier for the employees also. While sitting at home, you know what is happening, you know how people are, how managers are dealing with your CVs and all. So it becomes easy for you also. Then you need to decide, we are talking from the perspective of the employer, you need to decide the right platform, that is, you need to focus on your priority. What is your priority? You need to understand that. And on the basis of that only, on the basis of your priority only, you will understand what platform you want to do. That is, if you want to hire, if hiring is important, then you need to decide that payroll is important to you, CMS is important to you, customer relation is important to you, or hiring, what is the major problem which you are facing, and you are looking for a solution for that particular problem. And how it saves time. Anybody from you? Digitalization, if we go for digitalization, if we use artificial intelligence, it saves our time. How is it going to save our time? Any answers from your side? How is it going to save our time? Okay, I will tell you. One of the most important benefit of digitalization is that it saves time. Like if you are hiring in your department and you have to hire the quality candidates in the shortest span of time, you need to use a software. If you are using a software, that software will tell you, that will be an AI, that is artificial intelligence based recruitment software, and that will give you the insights about the candidate, and that will help you in shortlisting the candidates. And then you can directly go to the selection of the employees. And many times people are concerned about, the recruiters are concerned about, are they costly? They are costly, but if we think about the benefits which they are giving to us, they are not at all costly. Plus, we get the many services which offer free trials of their recruitment softwares also. So we can use those trials, and if we find them suitable for our organization, then we can use that particular recruitment software for our organization. So we are talking about the role of technology in business. First of all, before coming directly to the HR functions, I would like to discuss about the role of technology in business. We all know that the world is continuously changing, and one of the fundamental drivers in that change in the world is digital transformation. Digital transformation is taking place, and the digital economy is the economic activity that results from billions of everyday online connections among people, business, devices, data, processes. So when we say digital economy, we are talking about the connections among people, among businesses, among devices. So that is digital economy. And we need to adjust with the fluidity which this digital economy provides to us. Basically, when we go through all these changes, digitalization is happening, then artificial intelligence is overtaking the world. So everything has become very fluid. Like we are connecting from different countries with each other right now. That is because of the fluidity which digital economy is providing to us. So in the same way, human resource management functions are also becoming fluid. We can say they are becoming flexible because the things are becoming global. Global enterprise is the term now, and we need to manage the dynamic talent that way only. And the pandemic has also certainly fast-tracked this transition in some respects. Many changes are happening, and this pandemic has played an important role in changing the world of business. So, as we have already discussed, that technology is important in business because it helps the company to be more productive, because time is equal to money. It optimizes the business performances. It safeguards data and troubleshooting, saving the business money. It helps in saving the business money. It improves customer experiences, satisfaction, and communication. It streamlines communication systems. It enhances managerial decision-making. It helps the business expand globally because we have become a global village now, and the technology helps us in expanding our business globally. It provides staff access to company information. So we can say that the IT department is the epicenter of the building and maintenance of communication networks these days. So IT department is very important in every function, be it HRM or marketing or sales or finance. HR department has become important in all the functions of business. So from sending an email to changing a password, what we need IT. And that is influencing our organization in several ways. As I have mentioned in the slide also, that technology is impacting our business because the ultimate goal of safeguarding is to protect data from compromise. So basically, when we talk about, like I have written the point, that is the third point, safeguarding data and troubleshooting. So safeguarding is what? We have to safeguard to protect data from compromise. And IT department will ensure the data safeguarding. Data is safeguarded by the IT department. Troubleshooting problems, that is problem solving in the digital world. So whatever problems we face in the digital world, repairing of failed digital products or processes, systematic and logical search of everything, that all is possible because of the digitalization of economy. That is possible because of the use of artificial intelligence. Now, you don't need to sit at the other end and answer the queries of your customers, answer the queries of your employees. If the employee is asking, like their daily query is that how many leaves will I get in 1 year? So you don't need to answer. Yeah, those telephonic conversations are no more required because we have chatbots now. So we will be discussing about the chatbots in the next slides also. So this is the benefit. These are the benefits of the technology in general, as well as it is beneficial in human resource management also. So the security and maintenance of database is important. We can say that the IT department is responsible for the efficiency and security procedures of the business because it prevents the manipulation of data, because like we have everything in the systematic manner, and data is protected against damages and threats. So we can provide that protection to the data because of the we can say artificial intelligence, because of the digital economy only. So that we can say that this is helpful. We can analyze data easily. Like if we want to analyze any data, if it is related to like recruitment and selection also, we can analyze. We can have many like we have many CVs, we can have many resumes of employees, and we can analyze those resumes without investing the humans in that particular thing. So we have chatbots, we have artificial intelligence, which will analyze the resumes for us and which will provide the best suited candidates for our job by analyzing those resumes. Then quick and effective communication is possible. Ease of communication is there. We are sitting somewhere, we can contact a business in an instant. There is no problem in interacting anybody at any time. Efficient and quick communication is possible. We can understand the buying trends sitting anywhere in the world, and we can understand the buying trends of any place. Like sitting here in India, I can understand the buying trends of USA also. I can understand the buying trends of Myanmar also. So I can understand the things which are happening in the world sitting at my place. So these are the benefits of this thing. Then we have to talk about the challenges for HR in the digital economy, or challenges for HR in the changing environment, because the environment is changing. So in 2023, there is certain problems which human resource people are facing, and we need to solve those problems. And those problems can be solved with the help of artificial intelligence. Actually, artificial intelligence has been around for centuries. It's not like that artificial intelligence has come in 22 or 23 only. It has been around for centuries, but it is only recently that it has started to become more mainstream. We have started using artificial intelligence like anything, but it was there earlier also. We use, despite its long history, it only recently started to become more mainstream. It has also entered into the recruitment. It has also entered into the employee payment sector. So now if we have to design about the compensation of the employee, we need artificial intelligence. If we have to decide about the recruitment, we have to decide about the selection of the employee, we need artificial intelligence. So the biggest challenges for HR in 2023 are engaging the workforce, attracting talent to the enterprise, managing relationships, training and development strategies, talent retention, diversity in the workplace, embrace inevitable changes, employee health and well-being. I already told you the meaning of artificial intelligence. That is basically, artificial intelligence is a technology that allows computers to learn from the learn and make or recommend actions based on previously collected data. In terms of human resources management, artificial intelligence can be applied in many different ways to streamline processes and improve efficiency. Now we will come to the main topic. We have to talk about artificial intelligence in human resource management. We have to discuss about the various functions of human resource management, and we have to talk about the functions of human resource management from the perspective of artificial intelligence. So as you can see here in the diagram also, that talent acquisition processes, we use artificial intelligence in talent acquisition process. We use artificial intelligence in onboarding of new recruits. We use artificial intelligence in learning and training programs. We are using artificial intelligence in training support for decision-making, leadership, directorial tasks. So these are the various HR functions for which we are using artificial intelligence. So in this session, we will be discussing about the role of artificial intelligence and role of technology in these HR functions. The first function which we'll be discussing about will be recruitment and selection, then training and development, then performance management system, and finally we will be discussing about compensation management. So the first function, that is recruitment and selection. How do you think that artificial intelligence is important in recruitment and selection? Sorry, I can't hear you. Anybody? What is the role of technology in recruitment and selection? What we are doing? How we are using technology in recruitment and selection? I can't hear you. You are muted. Are you saying something? Okay. Okay, I will continue. We are discussing about the role of technology in recruitment and selection. So when we talk about recruitment and selection, basically, many organizations have already started to integrate artificial intelligence into their recruiting efforts. And vast majority of organizations are still not using artificial intelligence in their functions of human resource management or in the functions of recruitment. There was a survey which was done in 2022. And according to that survey, only 16% of respondents believe that they had the best in-class recruitment processes in technology. And many still believe that their organization's processes were below standard or were at a particular standard only. So this shows that organizations still need to promote those recruitment softwares. They need to promote artificial intelligence in their organizations. Artificial intelligence can be used to the benefit of not only hiring of the organization, hiring from the side of the organization, but this is helpful for the job applicants also. This is helpful for the job applicants also, because now organizations have started designing user-friendly forms, which were earlier not there. You have to write down everything in the form, then you will submit that form to the HR department, and then your recruitment process will start from the perspective of the employee. So it has started becoming more user-friendly, and this is simpler and meaningful applications on the candidate's end. So we can say that this is beneficial for the employer and this is beneficial for the employee as well. AI has played an important role in candidate rediscovery also. Now, what is rediscovery? Discovery is okay. Now we are identifying, we are trying to find out the candidate from the pool of the candidates, from the pool of the applicants. So that is identifying the right candidate. But when we say rediscovery, what do we understand by rediscovery? Basically, when we use artificial intelligence, the software maintains a data which is related to the past applicants. So that way, by maintaining the data of the past applicants, we know that who are the eligible candidates who have applied in the past also, and we can rediscover the employees from that past data also. Then we can, like hiring managers have found the best fit for their open positions. The onboarding process begins. When we have recruited, we have selected, then onboarding process will begin. And with the help of artificial intelligence, this process does not have to be restricted to standard business hours. Unlike previous years, like people used particular time only for onboarding of the employee, and it took a toll on the employees as well. So now employees can do their onboarding process, their onboarding at their own pace, and which reduces the administrative work also. So again, we can say that with the use of artificial intelligence, things are becoming easier for the employer as well as for the employee. Like onboarding process, if they can do it at their own pace, this is easier for the employee, for the joinee, and this is easier for the administrative people also, because that is reducing the administrative burden, and this typically results in faster integration. So we are able to integrate the things easily and in a faster manner when we are using artificial intelligence, when we are using digitalization in human resource functions, especially in recruitment. If we talk about retention, in that case also, artificial intelligence is important. So we will be talking about this also later. Artificial intelligence has helped in automation of the administrative tasks. Automation, like there are easily repeatable administrative tasks which HR people, HR professionals can do with the help of artificial intelligence. They don't need to repeatedly do one thing again and again and again. They don't need to keep answering the phone calls by answering each and every call of the employee. Now what they can do, they can put the questions in the software and the answers in the software. The person can type. IT industry, especially using these kind of chatbots, there are chatbots at the end of the employees. They can write their query that like, when will I get a leave, or what are my responsibilities in this particular job. They can just type their question and the chatbot will respond to their question. Related to this recruitment also, they can write their question and the chatbot will respond to their question, which is related to the recruitment. So it helps in making the things automatic or automate processes. Like this is beneficial for the administration. This is beneficial for the HR department. This is beneficial for the administration of the various functions of the organization. So there was a study that identified that HR personnel who utilized artificial intelligence software performed administrative tasks 19% more effectively than the departments that do not use such technology. So we have proof that artificial intelligence is improving the functions of human resource management. With the help of artificial intelligence, we are able to improve the functions of human resource management, the functions of recruitment. There is one more research which shows that 31% of respondents expressed that they would rather interact with the chatbot because it's easier. They can interact that chatbot anytime. So these kind of researches are also there, which proves that using artificial intelligence is helping human resource management in many ways. But while using artificial intelligence, the organizations need to be aware about the ethical and privacy questions, privacy of the questions. If employees are asking something, that should be private in certain cases. So those ethical points, those privacy things they need to consider. They need to respect their personal data. Personal data of the employees should be respected. They should not share that personal data anywhere. So while using technology, while using artificial intelligence, organizations need to take care of these things. So we were talking about the first function, that is recruitment and selection. As we can see here, that recruitment is making a pool of the applicants, and selection is identifying the best candidate out of that pool. This technology, this artificial intelligence helps in identifying in making the pool of the candidates also, and it helps in identifying the best candidate out of that pool as well. So we can say that artificial intelligence or technology is useful in the case of recruitment, and this is useful in the case of selection as well. So first of all, we will talk about the recruitment thing. When we are talking about the recruitment using chatbots, as I told you earlier also, using chatbots in recruitment processes, that helps. Chatbots are basically like many organizations use technology to screen various candidates as part of their recruitment process. Recruitment chatbots powered by artificial intelligence, they engage the employees, they help in identifying the personalities of the employees, they help in making the calculated decisions whether or not to pass the information to the clients, whether or not to take the employee in our organization. So because of the chatbots, we are able to understand these things. AI recruitment chatbot works as an engine. It works as an engine that fetches qualifying candidates. So we can identify the qualifying candidates with the help of a chatbot, because we will write a question, they will respond. We will again write a question, they will respond. And actually, that's not a human who is investing the energy in writing the question. We have already uploaded the questions in the chatbot, and the chatbot is asking the question to the future employee, and that employee is responding to the questions which are being asked by the chatbot. We are also using many, we can say like the platforms to identify the employees, the right employees for recruitment, like LinkedIn, Shine, Times Jobs, Indeed, Glassdoor. So we can say that we are using social media to promote job listings. So the first point was using chatbots in recruitment process, that I have already explained to you. And we use social media to promote job listings. That is the second point. It is common practice to post jobs on your company's website. Companies have been doing this since long. So this is a common practice. And social media platforms like LinkedIn, like Twitter, like Facebook are all effective ways to recruit qualified candidates. Earlier, we used to think that the Facebook and Twitter, these kind of sites are for like personal things only. But people, the organizations are using these for their professional, for the achievement of their professional objectives also. Because people go to Facebook and employers can identify the prospective employee from Facebook also, from Twitter also, what they are posting on the Twitter, what they are posting on the Facebook, what they are posting on the LinkedIn. That helps them to identify or to understand about their personalities. So these are the platforms which are helpful in identifying about our prospective employee. So social media, we are using social media to promote job listings, and we can identify people from those multiple platforms are being used for the success of the recruitment. Then using resume screening software to filter applicants. That is, basically there is a software which is named as Applicant Tracking System, ATS. Usually we call this ATS, Applicant Tracking System. So Applicant Tracking System can collect, scan, and sort thousands of resumes and help filter out applicants who don't meet particular requirement set by the employer. So we can check the requirements of the employer, and we can filter out the applicants who don't meet the requirements of the employer, because the ATS, that is applicant tracking software, will scan, will collect the information, and will sort the candidates in the required manner. And basically, it will take less time in reading resumes of unqualified candidates. If a human is doing that, it will take lots and lots of time. But if a software, if applicant tracking system software is doing the same work, it is going to take very less time in identifying and filtering the applicant. Then the technology is enhancing the interview process also. That is the fourth point in my slide, that is interview process. Technology is enhancing the interview process also, like because of the advancement in the technology, like video interviewing is popularized these days. Earlier, what we used to do, face-to-face interviews were popular, but now we are using video interviewing as well, and that is reducing the overall time in the process of recruitment and selection. This video interviewing is helping us in many ways. This is reducing time, and we can also watch the organizations can also watch pre-recorded questions, and then recordings can be submitted. Their answers can be submitted back to the organization. This can be done in the case of the preliminary interview. This can be done in the case of the final formal interview as well. In case we have already done the preliminary interview, we can directly come to the formal interview, and those formal interviews can be recorded, and those can be shared for the future purposes also. Those can be shared with the hiring team to ensure that nothing was missed and no biases are being made in the interview processes. So the artificial intelligence is helping us in the selection processes also, because we can take the formal interview. After the preliminary interview, we can record and we can share with the hiring team to understand if the candidate is suited for our organization or not. Majorly, here we are talking about the applicant tracking system software. But there are many other softwares also, which I will be telling you in the next slide. And these softwares helps create a positive candidate experience, because candidates are taking less time. So this is helpful to the candidates. This is reducing their time also. And one-click offer acceptances are also possible. You just have to click and your offer is accepted in that just one click, which was not possible without the use of artificial intelligence. If we are not using artificial intelligence, it will take long time, or we can say many days, which we are doing in a half day, or which we are doing in a few hours, which that will take many days if we will do it manually. So because of these softwares, things are becoming easier. And basically, people may not like that manual process, because that's a lengthy hiring process. That manual process people dislike, because that's a lengthy hiring process. And if we use the right technology, if we use the right software, if we use the right kind of artificial intelligence, it will help both the company and the prospects as well. It will speed up the process from the side of the candidate also, and from the side of the employer as well. So this is beneficial from the perspective of both the parties. Then using technology to onboard new employees. Then we have done the recruitment, we have done the selection. So after the recruitment and selection, we have to onboard the employee. And in onboarding also, we can use information technology. And this information technology will help employees in doing the paperwork, which was very lengthy earlier, that can be done easily with the help of artificial intelligence. Setting up meetings with the team members, that can easily be done with the help of artificial intelligence, that can easily be done with the help of digitalization. Then this will reduce the amount of administrative tasks that HR handles. For each new hire, the company brings on board. So all the employees which are onboarded, administrative tasks can be handled by artificial intelligence rather than one HR person handling one employee. So that was very tiring process, that was very time-taking process, and which has become easier. And this is taking less time because of the availability of the artificial intelligence, because of the availability of the technology. So we can say that technology plays a crucial role in the processes of recruitment and selection. And there are many softwares which we use in recruitment, like TalentSuite, like HCM, that is Human Capital Management software, like ATS, that is Applicant Tracking System software, like Zoho Recruit, which helps in identifying the best candidates in the market available. So TalentSuite identifies the right kind of candidate, the right kind of talent. HCM, Human Capital Management, this is about the recruitment also, and it helps in the other functions of human resource management also. It helps in other functions of human capital management also. Applicant tracking system is basically related to recruitment only. It helps in tracking the applicants. It helps in connecting with the candidates so that they don't go away, as in we will keep a track of the employee, of the candidate, and we can understand what are the requirements of the candidate as well. So we can understand the candidate in a better manner. So we can say that it reduces the risk of hiring wrongly. If we are using these softwares, TalentSuite, HCM, ATS, or Zoho Recruit, that will reduce the risk of hiring wrongly. And recruitment software helps you to create eye-catching job ads as well. Okay, so these are the softwares. That is, the Zoho Recruit will help in making the eye-catching job ads as well. So this is helpful because this will create the better job ads, and that will help you attract the top talent. So you can attract the top talent by using artificial intelligence, by making eye-catching job advertisements as well. So this is how the artificial intelligence is helpful in recruitment and selection. We are using the softwares which we can use in recruitment, I have already told. Then technology integration in HR has brought a dynamic shift in the recruitment process with automated profile selection and interview scheduling. It notifies the candidate about their application status and interview schedule, so that they do not spend time in waiting for the recruiter's response. So they will be informed with the help of the chatbot or with the help of a tracking system, or somehow they will be informed about what they are supposed to do next. So we will be talking about the advantages of technology in recruitment and selection. The first point, that is increased productivity. It will help in increasing the productivity. It will basically reduce the risk of hiring wrongly. I have already explained this point. It will save your time. It will save your money. You can do the recruitment and selection with the help of the software, with the help of the Zoho Recruit, with the help of applicant tracking system. So that is going to save a lot of time for you and a lot of money as well, because you don't have to invest in the salaries of many employees who will be doing the role of the recruiter and the role of the interviewer and the selector. These things can be done with the help of the software only. It will increase engagement with the applicants because you are using the software and you are in touch of the applicants every time. like you are in touch of the applicants since beginning till the end of the selection process. You are in touch with the applicant. So it will help you in you can send a message. You can send an automated message to the applicants, and candidates are not disengaged during the recruitment process. You are continuously interacting with them, so they are not disengaged during the recruitment process. Throughout the process, they are not disengaged. And the recruitment platforms also increase communication among the recruiters. Among the recruiters, as in if there are more than one recruiter, they can interact with each other with the help of that particular software. That is, if several recruiters are working on a single project, they can be on the same track. Like, unlike if humans are interacting with the employees, with the candidates, they cannot be on the same platform. They cannot be on the same line. But with the help of the software, because everything is available online, things are available on the software, the details of the applicant is available on the software. We have the recorded videos of the software, of the employees, of the applicants. So we have the data. We have the data in our software. So we can be on the same line. Like all the recruiters are working on the same project. That will increase the communication among the recruiters. It helps to become more strategic with your hiring process also, because you are tracking, because you are measuring, because you are applying technology. So you can better understand the hiring process, you can better understand the candidate, and you can better apply your knowledge related to recruitment with the help of the recruitment software. It will reduce the paperwork. This is understood that if we are using the software, if we are using the technology, this is going to reduce the paperwork. Data can be kept in digitized form. We are keeping the data like that only these days. We don't keep papers with us. We can, like, we make our presentations in this manner. I'm presenting in a digital manner. So I have the digital copy of everything. Even if when we teach our students, we have the digital copy of our notes also. In the same way, organizations also keep the digital copy of everything. So the paperwork is reducing. Then one more benefit, that is unbiased hiring process. When we use the technology, humans can be biased sometimes. We may like or we may dislike some human beings. There is no logic. Sometimes there is no logic about it. But the machines, the artificial intelligence cannot make such error. That kind of error cannot be made by the artificial intelligence, by the technology. So they can, like, candidates who have previously experienced bias, they can be dissatisfied with the recruitment process if that is done with the help of by the humans. But if that is done by the technology, those people will be satisfied. They will feel like the biases are not there in the hiring process because automation is there. So what organizations can do, they can automate the initial screening process, and all applicants can be reviewed by that screening process. So all the applicants, all the employees can be reviewed with the help of that automation of the recruitment process. Then it will improve the talent perception of the organization. If we talk about the external world, the talent perception of the organization, an organization that incorporates technology. If you incorporate technology, you will be perceived as more innovative and advanced. The companies, the organizations which are using technology, they are perceived as more advanced, they are perceived as more innovative. So that is the benefit. Like, there are many IT organizations like Wipro, Capgemini, who are ahead of their times. They are doing very good if in using technology in human resource management functions. They have chatbots. The employees can interact with those chatbots. The recruiters, the candidates can interact with those chatbots. So that is the technology which is making them ahead of the other companies. So you will be perceived as more innovative and advanced if you are using the technology in your recruitment processes. A recruitment process is considered as fast and unbiased when the technology, when the artificial intelligence, or we can say when the softwares are used in the recruitment and selection processes of the organization. Then there are certain disadvantages of technology also. Any idea, anybody, what you all are doing? any participant, what are the disadvantages of technology in recruitment and selection?
Unexpectedly,
Yeah,
we may lose this information
yeah,
from our database.
okay,
And also we can find technical error
okay,
during the process.
okay.
So such kind of thing we should expect by using technology.
Okay, so till now, we have talked about the advantages of technology only. Now, we will be talking about the disadvantages. It feels good when I see your faces, when I interact with you. That is not a one-way communication, right? Okay, disadvantages of technology in recruitment and selection. First of all, impersonal communication. Impersonal communication, as we can see here also, that when we are not sitting together, there is some lag. But no doubt, technology is helping us in a very good way. If we have 95% good things with the help of technology, there are certain things which is lacking, like impersonal communication is lacking. Technology has made it possible the candidates to go through recruitment process, but we cannot interact with them in person. Technology issues can be there, like technical glitches are there sometimes. So employees are not able to interact with the chatbots sometimes. So these kind of issues can be there. Those technical issues can be there. Technical know-how. Sometimes if that is a technological tool, it requires human to utilize it fully. If I am not aware how to use that chatbot, I will not be able to ask questions to that chatbot, isn't it? If you are not aware about how to use Zoho Recruit, if you don't know how to use that software, you won't be able to utilize it fully. For utilization of the technology in the full manner, you should know about that technology. That is, technical know-how is important. And that applies to the recruitment tools also, that applies to the selection tools also, that applies to the onboarding technology as well. And we need to give training to the employees. If we want our employees to use those softwares perfectly, we need to train them. So, right. So we need to train them about the artificial intelligence. We need to tell them what artificial intelligence is, how we are going to use recruitment, what are the various softwares of recruitment, that all we need to tell them. Then tendency to screen out qualified candidates due to automation. Automation can sometimes create problems. Recruiting software is usually based on predetermined standards, right? So predetermined standards, if we have predetermined standards, like unlike humans can take instant decisions. I can identify this person cannot be used in this particular area. Sales, this person is not suitable for sales, but this person can be suitable for some other field, like for advertising, this person can work in advertising. So that instant decision I can make. A human can make an instant decision, but technology cannot make an instant decision because it works on the predetermined standards. What we have filled in that software is going to work on the basis of that predetermined standard only. So individuals can think out of the box. Technology cannot think out of the box. So that is a drawback. That is a drawback of the technology, that like sometimes we need human brain. Like we need to utilize, we need to understand the human psychology sometimes. Psychology cannot be understood by the technology. So especially in human resource management, when we have to motivate the employee, when we have to decide about the compensation, when we have to give the feedback, technology cannot do these functions. So we need humans always. We need humans. The technology cannot replace humans. And these are the drawbacks of technology in recruitment and selection. Now, we will move to the next HR function, that is training and development. How we can use technology in training and development? How can we use technology in training and development?
During this digital era, technology played a very important role and key role to develop our skill.
Okay.
So there may be many various ways to develop our skill. However, technology is one of the key and one of the most important method to leverage our skill and our employee skill for development.
Okay. Okay. So very correct. Like as we talked in the case of recruitment and selection, we can use technology and we can speed up our work in recruitment and selection. In the same way, we can utilize, I have shown here, learning management system, mobile apps are there. So there are many things which can be used in training and development with the help of artificial intelligence. So when we are talking about training and development, basically we talk about optimization and rethinking of the effectiveness of training. Why do we need to utilize technology in training? Why do we need to utilize technology in learning? Because we want to optimize the effectiveness of training, isn't it? We want optimization. We want effectiveness of training. So for the effectiveness of training, what we need to use technology. We need to understand the learning gaps. We will be talking about the softwares of training and development also, like we talked about the softwares which are used in recruitment and selection. We will discuss about the softwares which are used in training and development also. So first of all, I will tell you about the advantages of technology, advantages of artificial intelligence in training and development. First of all, I will give you an example of a software like WhatFix app. As the name suggests, WhatFix app. It helps in understanding the learning gaps. What are the learning gaps? What are the learning gaps? Any idea? Training gaps or learning gaps or training need analysis we do. What is it? Training need analysis, learning gaps, training gaps. Okay, I will tell you. Learning gaps, like organizations want the employees to do certain work and employees are not able to do that work. So we need to fill that gap. Employees are here and we want the employee to be here. So we need to fill this gap. To fill this gap, we need to train the employee, isn't it? And this gap can be identified with the help of the various softwares. Those softwares like WhatFix app is there that helps in identifying the gap in the learning of the employee. Employee is not able to work perfectly in your organization because he or she is not well trained. So the software will help you identifying the gap which is there in his or her learning. After identifying that gap, you can train that employee again with the help of technology, because you have many softwares to help the employees in their training. That we will be discussing in the coming slides also. So first of all, we need to understand the learning gaps, that we need to create the learner's profile, and that profile can be created with the help of technology. So after creating the learner's profile, we can identify what we want him or her to achieve and what he's achieving. That way we can identify the gap of the employee. Like there is a software called as LearnDash software. LearnDash software, there we can put our training modules. Employees can learn from those training modules, and we can get the feedback of the training of the employees as well with the help of that LearnDash software. So like we cannot provide the same material to each and every employee. We all are different, isn't it? So it's not possible that we all can have the same training program, because we all are humans. We all have different needs. We all are working in different fields. So like people are on different levels, and we need to understand where that particular person is, and accordingly we need to train. We cannot train everyone on the same platform. We cannot train everyone on the basis of the same training, right? So we need to identify what the person is doing, what is the background of that person, and accordingly we need to train that individual. So we need to understand the person. We need to understand, we cannot use the same material for each and every individual. So we need to, that is also possible with the help of the software, because software helps in understanding the profile of the individual, the background of the individual, what he or she is doing in the organization. All this data can be collected by the various softwares of training and development. Then we all have different learning styles. As I told you, we all are humans. Our psychology is different. So, and we all have different learning styles as well. So we need to use different learning processes for different individuals. When we are using artificial intelligence in learning and development, we need to keep this in our mind that all the learning styles of all the employees are different, and personalization of this adaptive learning should be done. Like I already said, that we cannot use the same training for each and every individual of the organization. We have to personalize that training, and that can also be done by the different softwares of training and development, like Talent LMS, LearnUpon, ProProfs, Apti, LearnAmp, Docebo. These are the softwares. Like Trainual is specifically the software which helps in understanding the employee, which helps in understanding the learning style of that individual. So we retain information differently. Like in this training also, somebody may find something interesting, recruitment interesting, other person may find this training part interesting, and you will retain information differently. We cannot retain 100% of any training. That's impossible. As a human being, that is impossible. If I am learning, I cannot retain everything, whatever I am learning from an online training or from an offline training. Anyways, whatever way we are learning, we cannot retain everything. So what we have to do, we have to increase that the retain of knowledge also with the help of software. So like we need to do the transfer of training also. We need to understand the transfer of training as well while using the softwares of training. Anybody can tell me what are we talking about in transfer of training here? We are giving the training to the individuals, right? Like I'm like telling you something. So what would be the transfer of training? What is transfer of training? Any idea? Any rough idea about transfer of training? Anybody?
And it's just kind of cascading training like that. For example, it's just my understanding, ma'am, maybe wrong. The transfer training is that right now you are teaching to us, we are learning from you.
Yeah.
So after that, we can get some takeaway.
Yeah.
And
right.
also we can share such kind of knowledge, and we can apply in my job environment, and
yeah, correct.
I can teach my junior such
Yeah.
kind of knowledge from you.
Yes.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, you're perfect. You are absolutely right. So when we are talking about transfer of training, we are talking about using the knowledge. Whatever you are learning during the training, if you are able to utilize that training in your job or not, that actually finds out the effectiveness of your training. The training is not effective. You are learning, you are happy learning, that's fine. But you should be able to utilize that learning in your job as well, isn't it? Otherwise, that training is useless. If you are not able to utilize your training in the real job, in the real environment, that training, then this is useless. So we need to make sure that transfer of training happens. And that can also be done with the help of different softwares. Because they cannot make it happen, but they can calculate, they can identify if employees are utilizing their training in their jobs or not. So if they are using their knowledge or not, companies invest millions of dollars in training. In online training or in offline training, they invest millions of dollars. So in developing the L&D programs, in developing the softwares related to training, they invest money. So they want the return also, right? So like there was a research which was conducted, and according to that research, there are only 25% of employees who finish their learning and development programs. Most of the employees leave them unfinished. So that is, organizations are like giving that much of input. They are incurring money in that. And if they're not getting that return, that is useless. So if learning and development is backed by artificial intelligence, they can solve this issue by automating, right? Like if automation is there, employees can learn at their own pace, isn't it? Like if we are providing the learning modules to you, you can learn it from those learning modules at your own pace. There is no hurry. You can learn at your own, and you can give your exams also at your own convenience when you are ready. So the chances the employees will finish their training that way increase, right? Because you are giving them flexibility and you are giving them personalization as well. You are personalizing, and that will increase the completion rate of the training program of the employees. So artificial intelligence, if we use artificial intelligence, that will increase the transfer of training, that is using of knowledge, and that will also increase the completion rate and reinforcement of the knowledge in the organization. Then round the clock assistance, that is basically, there is no trainer available physically, right? When we are talking about the online training, when we are talking about the training with the help of artificial intelligence, there is no trainer available physically, and employees are learning online on their own pace. They are learning at their own pace. They are using a chatbot backed artificial intelligence technology, chatbot backed. I'm repeating this word again and again because this is important. In recruitment also, we were using chatbots. In training and development also, we are using chatbots. So chatbots, we are using the chatbot backed artificial intelligence technology because that will allow your employees to get answers immediately. We can get answers immediately throughout the employee training, unlike if humans are involved. If humans are involved, if I'm, for example, if I'm giving you a training, then I will ask for a feedback, I will take a test, then I will came back with the results of the test after 1 day or after 2 days. But this is instant. If we are doing it with the help of artificial intelligence, we will get the answers immediately. So employees will get the feedback, the trainers will get the feedback, everybody is getting the feedback instantly. So that make the processes easier, that this makes the processes quicker. So artificial intelligence is making things quicker, this is making things easier. And your employees can move ahead with the training course without waiting. Like if we are doing a training in a classroom setting and other trainees are not able to understand a particular point, so we have to wait for the other candidates also, isn't it? But in the case of online training, you're doing it individually. When you are doing the training individually, you can move at your own pace without waiting for other trainees and without waiting for the trainer to answer the questions, because you can put the questions and the chatbot will answer immediately to those particular questions. So you don't have to wait for the trainees and you don't have to wait for the trainer to answer to your questions. So plus you are getting the immediate feedback, as I already told that immediate feedback, that is fifth point in my slide, immediate feedback. I already told you about this, that capacity to check answer sheets, measure and evaluate the performance of the individuals, performance of the trainees, that increases because of the use of the artificial intelligence. And tests can be analyzed, personalized assessments can be done, and you can get the insights whatever data you are generating with the help of training and development, that data can be used to get the feedback also. That data can be used to measure the effectiveness of the training program. And how effectiveness is measured? Effectiveness is measured on the basis of the trainee reactions and on the basis of the transfer of training. If transfer of training is there, training is effective, right? So when we are talking about online training, when we are talking about training based on artificial intelligence also, we need to measure the effectiveness of training. And majority of enterprises have started using the learning and development program with the help of artificial intelligence. They are already investing in artificial intelligence for learning and development programs. So because this allows employees to learn at their own pace, this is becoming successful. This is welcomed by the employees also in the organization. Now, we will be talking about next the types of online employee training softwares. Before coming to the names of the software, I will tell you the types of employee training software. The first type of software, that is Corporate Learning Management System. Corporate Learning Management System, that is LMS, Learning Management System. This is the tool to train employees and customers through custom course organization and training management features to scale training and development across the company. So Corporate Learning Management System, this is basically the tool to train employees and basically to train the customers also when they have to use a product. In that case also, this learning management system is used to train them about how to use a particular product. Then the second one, that is digital adoption platforms. Digital Adoption Platforms, DAP. These provide organizations with the tools to create in-app guided content. So the organizations are able to create the content, interactive walkthroughs are created, knowledge bases are created, and the employees, the trainees can use those in-app guided content to learn and to create knowledge and to use that knowledge in their organization. Then knowledge management system. Knowledge management system provide an online service, self-service center for employees. This is the knowledge-based software, and they act as an internal wikis also, like Wikipedia. It's like a Wikipedia. They work as a Wikipedia. They have many things inside them. Knowledge management system. If employees are asking something related to the organization, they can get their answers with the help of knowledge management system. It saves time by decreasing HR questions. Now you don't have to make a phone call to the HR to ask for everything, because knowledge management system is there in the organization, and those knowledge management systems can help the employee with all their training queries. So whatever queries they have regarding the training, knowledge management system can help them with the with those queries. Video training software, that is like sometimes this is included in the learning management system only. So basically, sometimes this is layered into LMS only, or it can be a standalone tool as well. So video training software, it can be a standalone tool also, and it can be wrapped in that is corporate learning management system also. It can be a part of the learning management system also, and it can be a standalone tool as well. So video training software, that is a software which will help in the development of the training videos. So the employer, the trainer can develop a trainee video, and that way employees can learn from those videos. When we are talking about the employee training softwares, that will help in online multimedia course creation and assignment generation. That will help in progress monitoring, that what employees are learning, how they are learning, and if they are on the correct pace or not. That will analyze and report the training progress also. So these are the benefits of these softwares, that is learning management system, digital adoption platforms, knowledge management system, video training software. These are the various softwares which comes under these types of online employee training software only. So we can say these are the examples of the softwares which can be used for the development of training and development, for understanding the need of training and development, like WhatFix can identify the need. Talent LMS can make the employees understand about the learning management system. That is basically, it can help in the development of the content also, and the learning of the training as well. Then ProProps, Apply, LearnAmp, these also help in the development of the content, video content, and they also help in the evaluation of the training programs. SAP Litmus, that is also a software which can be used. Trainual, Lessonly. Lessonly helps in the development of the lesson plans. It helps in the development of the content in a indexed manner. That is, you can create the content in like different boxes, and employees can identify the box, or we can say the category in which he or she wants to take the training. So when we are talking about the softwares, WhatFix, as I already told you, it's a digital adoption platform software. Talent SMS, that is also a talent SMS software, and it allows organizations to create interactive e-learning courses. We can develop e-learning courses with the help of Talent LMS. It will drag and drop course creation. It can help with the live learning sessions. It can help with the interactive test and quizzes also. It can help with training progress, monitoring, and management. It can customize branding and design also related to the training. We are talking about the training. So this Talent SMS can help with the branding of training, with the designing of training as well. If we talk about, like there are many frequently asked questions in training. So these softwares can also help with those frequently asked questions, FAQs, because we can put those questions in the app and the answers in the app. An employee can directly go there, ask the question, the trainee can directly go there, can ask the question, and will get the response from there only. So it will help in build, assign, monitor, and measure corporate employee training. So this is the software that is Learn Upon. We are talking about the third software, that is Learn Upon. I won't be able to tell you about all the softwares because it will take a lot of time. So I will tell you about the 4 or 5 softwares. So we are talking about the third software, that is Learn Upon. Learn Upon is basically, it helps in custom course creation. Automated workflows are possible with the help of Learn Upon, and we can find answers to company policies and frequently asked questions with the help of Learn Upon. Then ProProps Training Maker is the full form. The full name of ProProps is ProProps Training Maker. This allows organization to create customer e-learning courses and content. So basically, this is customer centered, and this allows the organizations to create customer e-learning courses and content. And it helps in the form of a FAQ or Wikipedia style searchable center. So it will help. It is basically a quiz maker tool also. ProProps is a quiz maker tool also, that at the end of the training, we can develop a quiz to identify if the trainees have learned your training or not, if the trainees will be utilized the training in the job or not. So those kind of questions, those kind of quizzes can be prepared with the help of ProProps. That is the 4th software used in training and development. Then Aptly, the 5th point, that is Aptly. That is a digital adoption platform. I told you about these platforms. So Aptly is a digital adoption platform which helps in the content creation. This is which is the content creation tool. It helps in creating the content, and it helps in the interactive content creation. The employees, the trainees can interact. They can ask the questions, they can interact, and it provides tools for companies to monitor the progress of the employees as well. If they are progressing or not, if they are learning with the help of these softwares or not, this can also be told with the help of Aptly. The next software, that is LearnAmp. LearnAmp, that is the standard LMS feature. This is related to LMS only. And we can understand the employee performance management features also with the help of this software. I think this is all about training and development. Considering the time, I will not talk about all the software. They are actually similar. In many cases, they are similar. They all help in the development of the content. They all help in the evaluation of the training programs also. So these are the softwares of training and development, which helps in the creation of the content, which helps in identifying the need of training, and which helps in the, we can say, the giving the feedback to the employees related to their training as well. I hope you are getting the points. Yes or no? Are you getting the point related to training and development?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, we will be talking about performance management system. The next role, we can say sub-function of HR, which we are going to discuss, is performance management system. What is performance management system? Very basic question. What do you understand by performance management system? Any answers?
I think performance management system is very familiar and good position, and center and receiver is flexible, and their information system is the right man, right place, and right person, and it is a performance management and achieve goal to keep goal. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. First of all, I will tell you what is the meaning of performance management system? Basically, when we talk from the perspective of HR, or even if we talk from the perspective of non-HR managers, this is important to get a clear picture of how their hired people are performing at all times. We need to understand how our employees are performing. Even if you are an HR manager, you need to understand. If you are a non-HR manager, in that case also, you need to understand, you need to get a clear picture of how they are performing in different times of their career. So we need to evaluate. How do we understand? We need to evaluate. So earlier, what we used to do, we used to evaluate manually. The HR manager will evaluate manually that how the employee is performing. Their duties do not end after successful recruitment or selection. The duty of the HR manager does not end here. They have to recruit, they have to select, they have to train, they have to evaluate their training, but they have to evaluate the performance of the individuals as well. They have to monitor consistently throughout their time in the organization to determine their key strengths and areas of improvement. So they have to decide, they have to determine the key strengths, they have to determine the areas of improvement in their performance. So here, the role of performance management system comes. Now, how AI, how artificial intelligence is important in performance management system. This was the meaning of performance management system, but how technology, how artificial intelligence is important in performance management system. We can say, like business leaders see a lot of potential in the performance management trends with artificial intelligence. And basically, if we are using artificial intelligence, it will free employees from redundant tasks. They don't need to do repeated tasks again and again and again if we are using artificial intelligence. Many work can be transferred to the machines, many work can be transferred to the technology without the intervention, without intervening the human resources in those, we can say, functions. So there are many things which are related to performance management system, which can be done by performance management software. So we can measure the results through an artificial intelligence driven performance management system or performance management software. People are becoming more and more technology savvy, right? We all are becoming more and more technology savvy. Employees are becoming more and more technology savvy. HR people are becoming more and more technology savvy. Teams are now choosing a performance management system that can automate repetitive tasks. So repetitive tasks can be evaluated, can be appraised by the artificial intelligence also. We don't need to put a human to evaluate the performance of the repetitive tasks. If some like special things are involved in that, if the task is not repetitive or routine, in that case, human intervention can be required. But in the case of repetitive tasks, these things can be done with the help of machines, with the help of artificial intelligence only. So performance management system, as I already told you, that you need to set your goal, you need to do your job, and then you need to monitor, you need to review the performance of the employee. So this is how performance management cycle works. This all was done with the help of the employees earlier. The HR managers were doing everything manually earlier. But now what we are doing, we are using artificial intelligence, we are using technology in performance management system. So how artificial intelligence and performance management system can be related, or how artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence can be used in performance management system. First of all, business leaders love AI-driven performance management. Because why do they like AI-driven performance management? Because it focuses on factual information. Human behavior, human psychology, or human emotions are not involved when we use the automated performance reviews. So automated performance reviews are helpful, or AI-driven performance reviews are helpful because they carry out the employee performance reviews with the help of the factual information, not with the help of the emotions, not with the help of the human intervention. They can measure the results and they can make the decisions as well. They are fast, they are quick. Seamless collection of information is possible with the help of AI-driven performance management softwares. Basically, employees have to run around on different office floors and look for the information they need. In the case of the manual information, if we are doing everything manually, what employees need to do? They have to run on the office floors, they have to run here and there, they have to find out the information from the HR department, from the top management, from many places they have to go, and then only they will be able to identify what is the process of their performance appraisal, what are the criteria for appraising their performance. But with the help of AI-based performance management system, you don't need to do this thing. And you will take less time in deciding about the performance of an employee if you are using AI. So all the information is stored in one single place. All the information is stored in one single place. So whatever information you need related to performance management system, you can go on your laptop, you can check it on your laptop, and you will get all the information from there. You don't need to run around on different office floors to look for the information related to performance management system of the organization. Then the managers can easily extract insights from real-time analysis. Real-time analysis is important because real-time analysis will give a regular check on performance of the employee. Nobody needs outdated data. We don't need outdated data. Like what the employee was doing 1 year back, we are not interested in that. What the employee is doing right now, we are interested in that only. So previous data is redundant. We don't need that data. What we need now is, we need how the person is performing right now. How he was performing or she was performing 2 years back, we are not interested in that. And that real-time data can be available with the help of artificial intelligence driven performance management system software. So these softwares provide the data. We can feed the data related to the employee performance in these softwares, and we can like, humans may be biased, machines are not. I may like some of my students, but machines may not like, but machines are not like that. So that error is not possible from the side. Humans also try not to make the error, but 1% chances are there that humans may make an error. So machines will not make those kind of errors. And AI-based, AI performance management system.
Shikha ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you please wind up a little?
Okay, ma'am, I will try. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we are talking about the artificial intelligence and performance management system. So if we here we are talking about how AI is important in performance management system. Automated performance review, I have already told you. Continuous real-time assessments, learning and development, basically how they can improve. This focuses on the software, focuses on where employee is lacking and how the employee can improve, how the employee can reinvest in his or her skill. Removes biases. Fourth point is removes biases. It is difficult to let go of old age prejudices. But if we are using the technology, like mistakes can be made by the managers during one-on-one meetings also. So if we are using the machines, that will remove biases. So it will help people neglect the areas of bias, and it will ensure equality. If we are using the machine, if we are using the technology, it will reduce the bias, it will ensure equality. And the next point, that is easy internal communication and query resolution. Miscommunication at work is common. And if we are using the technology, like it takes away the burden of question and answers from business leaders. So if you have to give the feedback to your employees, that can also be done with the help of technology. That can also be done with the help of the softwares. Quick, agile, and continuous performance feedback can be given to the employees with the help of the softwares. Traditional or annual performance reviews are outdated. We are not doing annual performance these days. Who will wait for 1 year for the performance evaluation? So what we focus on? We focus on quick, agile, and continuous performance feedback. We need to give feedback to our employees regularly, after every 3 months or after every 2 months. So more proactive feedback is required now. The process is fair if we are using machines. The process is continuous if you are using we are using softwares. The process is like helpful for the organization if we are using the performance management system softwares. It will improve the quality of talent management because it will focus, if we are focusing on using AI driven performance management to improve the quality of the recruitment, that will help in locating the right pool, and that will also help in making the right hiring decision. If we are doing the right hiring decision, we will be able to evaluate the performance of those individuals in a right manner. So we need to use the softwares for the recruitment also, and we need to use the softwares for analyzing the performance of the individuals as well. Robust data analytics for problem solving. If there is any problem related to performance management system, the data can be analyzed, the data can be used, and the problem can be solved. Easy and quick access to information. As I told you, that data is saved at a particular place. You don't need to run here and there to collect data. So the easy and quick availability of the information is there. Then advanced insights and better output. That is also possible because of the performance management system only. So this is also like how performance management system software work. We need to decide about the priorities, efficiency, then we need to find out the goals, the balance scorecard, we need to monitor, and we will be able to identify the improvement and scope. These are the various softwares which are used in performance management system. I have told you how these are used, and these are the names of those softwares which can be used in performance management system, like MeritTrax, TrackStar, ReviewSnap, Bamboo HR, SS Team, PerformYard, Synergita, Lattice. These are the softwares. I was telling you that we can feed the information in the software. So these are the softwares where we can feed the information. These are the softwares which can evaluate the performance of the individuals. Now, I will be talking about the last sub-functions of HR for today's session, that is compensation management. So when we talk about compensation management, basically, the potential for artificial intelligence in the world of employee compensation is very vast. With its ability to analyze large data, we can analyze the large data with the help of artificial intelligence, and it helps in identifying the compensation which can be designed for the employees. Employees can be hired, can be promoted. We can design their pay on the basis of the technology, because technology can evaluate what the person is doing in this organization, what the person is doing, what other person is doing in other organization. That way they can compare, the machine, the software can compare, and the compensation of the employee can be decided on the basis of that. So we can assess and address attrition risk. That is basically how, if the employee is dissatisfied, you can check if he or she is getting the right compensation in the organization or not. You can check with the help of the software, because the data is fed there. You can check if the reason of dissatisfaction is salary. If the reason of dissatisfaction is salary, you can work on that, and you can reduce that attrition risk of the employees. You can make better strategic compensation decisions, where and how to adjust compensation in a strategic decision. Without the use of technology, aligning goals to compensation is incredibly challenging. This is very difficult. So you have to chase the market value also. You have to investigate. You have to check on the employee pay complaints also. These things can easily be done with the help of the software. If you are using technology, these things will take less time, less money, and less humans are required to deal with these things. It will increase efficiency of compensation management also. That this is because with a manual process is time intensive, and this is not, so this will increase the efficiency as well. Then you can use data from previous years to predict future trends in employee compensation. You can use AI, artificial intelligence, to identify patterns in employee behavior. AI can help you automate the process of creating and updating employee compensation packages, because we have the chance, we have the option to compare. We can update, we can compare the salaries of the two employees, and that way we can decide the salary, we can compare, and then we can redecide the salary of the employee. AI can help you identify which employees are most likely to leave your organization, because it will show the dissatisfaction level also. We can use the artificial intelligence to monitor changes in the labor market. It will help you to create a system that automatically adjusts employee compensation based on performance. So these are the softwares which can be used in compensation management, like Lattice, Pay Factors, Anaplan, Salary, UKG Pro, Paycom, Marketplace, Workday Compensation. These are like that only. You put the data, you can make the comparisons of the salaries of the two employees. External data is also available on the softwares, and you can compare the salary of your employee and the salary of the employee who is working in another organization also. And it will help in reducing the attrition rates in your organization as well. So we can say that it is only when they go wrong that machines remind you how powerful they are. So machines are powerful, but if they go wrong, they can be more powerful. As in, we need to understand where we need to use the machines and where we need to use the human mind. Artificial intelligence cannot replace human intelligence. Despite of the fact that in 90% of the cases, in 90% of the organizational work, we can use artificial intelligence, but sometimes we need human interaction, and which is irreplaceable. And on this note, I would like to finish my session. If you have any queries.
Thank you very much, teacher. Your knowledge program is very interesting and excited. I am serious learning management system, and your guideline and PowerPoint slides have listened me again and again. And furthermore, your learning system is developed. Thank you very much, teacher.
Thank you so much, Khushi ma'am. We really appreciate such an insightful, interesting session. So thank you, everyone. We close for today, and tomorrow again morning. I'll see you soon tomorrow with yet another interesting session on, on other topics in this field. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I please request the IT team to close the session?